All right. Hear ye, hear ye. All right. Sorry, everybody. I might need a little more audio there if someone's in the booth. Thank you. All right. Apologies. 5 minutes late. That never happens. All right. Ottawa is built on the unceded Anishinaabe territory. The city honors its First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. At this point, I'll go to our committee coordinator to do roll call.
Councillor Bradley. Here. Councillor DeRoche. Councillor Devine.
Here.
Councillor Dudas.
Here.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Present.
Councillor Luloff.
Good morning.
Councillor Skowski.
Here.
Councillor Trosser.
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Here.
Chair Tierney.
Here.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the agenda clearing component first. So, of course, confirmation of minutes, March 30th, 2026. Are those carried? Thank you. We do have responses to inquiries related to school bus camera pilot update, light glare, but that's not on the agenda. No need to raise those two. I think we have a full agenda already. Seeing none, we'll move ahead to 5.1, the Ottawa Hospital connection. We do have a presentation as well as some delegations, so that one's held. 6.1, Bill 56, the Strategic Road Safety Action Plan. I know Lane's excited about it. Be prepared, everybody. There's 23 slides. Get comfy. It's going to be a great day today. And then, of course, we do have some motions that go along with that as well. And 7.1, it's just the status update, Public Works Infrastructure Committee inquiries and motions ending April 14th, 2026. Is that received, or anyone see the need to add that to the agenda? Seeing none, received. Thank you. We do have a IPD. Well, there's a couple of IPDs, but I think the one where we see people signed up, and I've spoken to Councillor Menard already about this one. So 9.2 we will add to the agenda at the end, related to the update on the Ottawa-Gatineau bike share feasibility study. We have 5 speakers, and we also have a couple of, I believe it's one now, motion that we'll deal with. And then that's it. We'll go back to the rest of the agenda when we get to that point. So at this point, I'll go ahead and go to the first item that was held onto the agenda, which is 5.1, the Ottawa Hospital connection at Dallas Lake Station, environmental assessment study and recommendation. So at this point, I'll get the staff to come forward with their presentation today. Thank you. Sorry, forgive me. I'm looking around. I think we actually know this file in and out. Everyone's like, wait a minute, presentation, do we need this? The members are all in favor, so I think we're all quite good on this. Does anyone need a presentation today? Seeing none, thank you. Sorry, staff, I got you all panicked there. Apologies. So we'll go directly to our delegations that are signed up to speak. Perfect. So we'll get Karen Wright. We do have the slides in file. We're going to load those up right away. So Karen, you're no stranger to this place. Take your time. Take your time. Come on down. The Price is Right's in town. So there you go. I like the classic Civic look there. Okay, you have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Next slide, please. For those who have not met, I'm Karen Wright, and I'm president of the Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association. I want to start off saying that first and most importantly, our association does support this new design. It's a big improvement from previous designs, and so we do want you to know that. That's the most important thing. However, we do still have some concerns regarding the timing of the implementation as they increase barriers to transit use. Next slide, please. So what's the importance of having an effective connection on opening day? In the master site plan, modal share projections, and so that's the use of each type of mode of transportation, features significant transit use, and those projections informed the number of on-site parking spaces that are being built. Without an effective transportation or transit connection, transit use will be dramatically reduced. People just don't use what's not convenient. And therefore, the number of on-site parking spaces will be insufficient from day one. Next slide, please. So our concern is certainly that the recommended option may arrive too late. So coupling the underpass connection to the construction of the Carling Bridge adds potentially 15 to 20-year delay, many years after the hospital is to be opened. Without an effective and complete connection on day one, transit use will be diminished, as I said before, and will prevent reaching those modal share targets. This barrier to transit will become entrenched for users, particularly hospital users, once they establish a transit practice. So if you don't have it in place, they will find their mode, which may be all driving, and then having to find some alternative off-site parking, and we'll be back in the same situation we are with the current Civic, which the new hospital was to overcome. Next slide, please. Just a quick mention. I know that the city planners have proposed some interim solutions for that 15, 20 years, but we do not believe they will be nearly effective enough. So putting better painted lines on the intersection, that's not going to be enough to encourage people to use that connection. A shuttle link that we don't know if the hospital is prepared to do, and picking up people and dropping them off on Carling at the intersection of Preston Street will be pretty tricky. So simply to say, I don't think we can hang our hat on these interim solutions. And my final page is, so we really are stressing the importance of seeking and securing funding in order to accelerate the implementation of an effective transit solution for the new Civic, including this underpass, which is one component. I do have a colleague here who's going to talk about some of the other components that are missing, but my point today is really the importance of accelerating this seeking of funding. And that's my presentation.
Great. We'll just get that. Thank you very much. Seeing no questions from committee members, but I do have one from Councillor Lieber.
Thank you very much, Chair. Karen, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for highlighting your concerns, and thank you for your partnership over the past several years. This was a rocky road to get to what is ultimately a very good outcome, and I appreciate your patience with it. I have two questions for you. You talked about insufficient parking. What are the concrete implications for the community of not having sufficient parking for those who are visiting and working at the campus?
Well, I've lived very close, one block from the current Civic. So I have a bird's eye view of what happens when you don't have enough parking. I cannot tell you how many people have come to my door begging if they could somehow squeeze onto my property. And I say, no, I can't, because my niece is a nurse and she uses that parking spot to work at the Civic. People are desperate. I see them every day. They get tickets in front of my house every day. It's not sustainable. It's not right for the people who are going to the Civic. And I certainly know from my niece, who's a staff member, it is very difficult to have to get in the winter to the off-site parking, which they pay for, and then be shuttle bused to the hospital in time for their 7 a.m. shift. So with a new hospital, it's time to get people out of their cars, help our environment, and also stop the pressure on the people who are going to the hospital at probably one of the worst times of their life, having to go through that.
Thanks, Karen. And the second question is the Dow's Lake LRT station is right there on Carling. the hospital is right there to play devil's advocate. Isn't it just a quick walk over from the LRT stop to the front doors of the hospital?
I wish it was. It is very close, which is great, which is why the site was selected. The problem is elevation. As many of you may know, that LRT station is below grade. So there's a small elevator if you are not ambulatory to get up to the next grade. So you still have to get from that platform up to Carling. So then you have to cross what is really 6 lanes of traffic at Carling, and it is busy in the morning. And then you have to walk from there to the new parking garage, because that's when you'll get into either walk up more steps or enter again a small elevator, which probably won't be up to capacity, to get to the High Line, to the top of the parking garage, where there is to be a connection called the High Line, all the way to the new entry to the hospital. We are talking over, I believe it's half a kilometer for that space. My colleagues are better at that distance. Sorry, it's not coming to me, but it is significant. So the elevation grades and having elevators and escalators is critical, because it's not a straightforward just walk across a small street.
And when it's minus 25 and in a blizzard, that's obviously not particularly pleasant if it's not an underground connection. So
Yeah.
it's important that we get that underground connection
Yes.
as close to day one as possible.
I agree.
15 years of people having to sort of use a lot of surface connections across busy streets. I think a lot of people are going to choose to drive instead. Chair, thank you.
Agreed.
Great, thank you. And apologies. Committee member Drosh.
Thank you, Chair. I'm online now. Thank you for the delegation. When I hear the comments, I think the hospital's in the wrong spot. We had it right the first time when we were going to put it on line 1, right? We wouldn't be having that conversation today, but political forces got in the mix, and we're here where we are here today. I don't disagree with you. I think there's a lot of colleagues who'd say we want to build more, faster everywhere. The challenges that you're talking about is the suburban challenge right now. We are building massive density where we don't have the transit. What do you think the solution is to kind of speed this up? Because again, it's a problem we're seeing right across the city. If I was picking, I think we need to focus more on the line 2 operation hours, right? Right now, it doesn't align with line 1. And if you're starting early at the hospital, you're not taking line 1. It's not available. So what's the solution to getting this going sooner, which I think is what you're asking?
Yeah, well, I think you're right. It's a big picture. So obviously reliability of the transit is critical, because no one in the city is going to use it to go anywhere unless the reliability is there. And then specifically to this hospital, I mean, we are talking over 10,000 staff. In fact, 10,000 is, I think, the number at the current Civic, and there will be more at the new hospital. And by the way, the staff numbers will not change at the old Civic. That's going to be reused for healthcare. So this area needs transit in order to facilitate getting people to that hospital safely and quickly. And so for speeding it up, the only thing that I can see is that we do have to look at who's going to fund, that critical infrastructure that was required in the master site plan. The NCC required it in their approval. So I think we really need to say who is going to be out there making sure that we work quickly, and don't forget to work quickly to secure the funds. Because the thing I didn't want to have happen today is that everyone approves this very good design, says, thank you very much, we did it. We've got a connection. And then we forget what we need in order to make sure it really happens. So anyways, it's
Okay,
really
fair.
about awareness and making sure it becomes a priority.
Yeah, fair enough. And I'll be asking the questions. I know in the Linebank station in Riverside South, it's being paid for through a local development charge. So that's an option, but we'll have further conversations. Thank you, Chair. Those are my questions. Thank you.
I certainly would approve anyone's funding for it.
Just to be clear, local development charge would be put onto the community as a local charge, so, or the DC charge, so.
Yeah.
But
I
thank you for
understand.
coming out to speak today. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Lucien, oh, Lewin Calca. Oh, you're in person. Great. Thank you very much. You never know if people are online or if they're IRL in real life.
Hi, I'm Luann Kelcutt. I'm also with the Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association.
Thank you.
Thanks for the time today. And so as Karen was saying, we do support this design. It would be great now with the nice weather, everybody come out for a site visit to actually walk and see how far it is from the O-Train platform up to the entrance. We're willing to facilitate that anytime you like. It is a half kilometer or so. So the current proposal focuses only on one segment of 3-segment connection between the O-Train and the entrance. The previous proposals of 2024 in the EA actually included the description of the second segment, which is on the south side of Carling, linking to the garage. So it's a bit of a black box right now. That integration between the south side of Carling and the garage is missing from this design. So what's needed? As Karen said, improvements at the subterranean level of the LRT itself, where there are only currently 2 sets of small elevators. Any place that there are elevators, we should have escalators as well to move a lot of people quickly. A lot of people don't want to stand in line waiting for small capacity elevators during busy peak times. The resulting lineups on the platform, many of the areas are not covered either. In fact, the escalators can accommodate the surge in people. So what else is needed? The south side of Carling has to be well described. Not sure why we're not seeing that in this design, but the public process for considering that design is no longer available to us, and we'd like to make sure that becomes back available again as it was in 2024. Whether we can move a lot of people quickly vertically may be the greatest impediment to people using transit as well. So that could make or break the attractiveness of this design. So our suggested next steps then for after this committee, after the approval, is to look at the modal share again during the interim period when if the opening of the underpass does not take place on opening day and there's a delay while it's coupled with the construction of the Carling Bridge. During that period of time, modal shares have to be looked at again. We also, right now, are being asked to accept the overall connection without really knowing what the overall connection is. We're missing a piece, the link between the south side of Carling and the garage. So the next steps would be we'd like to see a public process to consider that design of that second segment, to continue to seek funding, as Karen was saying, and to have, during any interim period, monitoring strategies should be implemented again, looking at transportation demand management. What is the reality during this interim period? Are people using transit? Are they actually not using anything during that interim period? So that's going to be a critical period of time, and that's a risk. That's a significant risk if the design is not available on opening day. So we'd like to see the monitoring strategies, a public process for considering the second segment, and seeking funding. And that's it for me. If there are any questions that haven't already been answered by Karen? Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation today. No stranger to this place. Graham Bird. Come on down, Graham. Oh, I was going to say, you guys are tag teaming here? Hello, Richard. Good to see you. Looking fabulous. Yeah, we got props here today. Good. Okay, I see you two here kind of together. You signed up individually. Did you want to just go 10 minutes combined, or what do you want to do here? Oh, just grab your mic there just for our translation services and all our public folks that are
My
listening. in.
apologies.
Slow down.
I think that would make good sense. We're essentially
team,
covering the
sure.
same information.
Well,
So
welcome.
quickly, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time and for the patience of everybody here. And to those of you councillors that are heading off into another world next year, thank you for all you've done. And for those that are going to whack away at it, best of luck this year. I know you're up to it. And so thanks for your patience in dealing with us. I'd like to start by thanking Marcia and Angela and Jennifer and a whole host of folk that work for the city of Ottawa that have been putting up with us, I suppose, over the last year or so as we've tried to bend the boat on what should be happening here. And Mr. Chairman, to your point, Richard Brisbane and the BBB architectural team has been intricately involved with a lot of the station designs in Ottawa, whether on the Trillium or the Confed line, and is one of the prime architects on the new hospital. So he's been very intricately involved in that. Our firm has been responsible for being the development and project advisor to the hospital, and we've been busy with our team putting this piece together through COVID and beyond. And Councillor Leeper and others have been very close to helping us get it through. It's a very complex project and it's extremely large. And I'm not sure if this city quite gets what we're up to and what's going to unfold over the next 6, 7, 8 years. At the end of the day, imagine Arnprior sitting up on the top of the hill and Perth coming to Arnprior every day. There'll be over 4,000 visitors to this place, whether to work, to teach, to help, or to be a patient. And as one of our friends from the civic area had pointed out, there are about 6,000 or 7,000 people that will work at the hospital phase 1. And as it grows, we'll see that population of employment heading up over north of 10,000 people in academics, in teaching, in doing the surgeries, in stationary engineering, and all of the aspects of something so complex. Finally, the build out on that campus, we'll see research, academics, ambulatory care, support systems to the north, all of the things that the Ottawa Hospital is responsible for. The Heart Institute will become a partner to it. There's words that the federal government's looking at a Lab 5 in its operation. So we're going to see what I believe is our University Avenue come into play over the next number of years. Between the civic, what's happening in the research and the experimental farm, present civic campus, the Royal, there'll be 15, 16, 18,000 people involved in healthcare and so on. And we've got students coming in from Algonquin, from Carleton, from Ottawa U. It's a big operation. And so I think you'll appreciate our anxiety when we first got started in laying this project out at the very, very important need for the LRT to be successful. If it isn't, I think we've got a real mess on our hands. I'll be just that frank. I'm very, very concerned about it. And I think what's happened, honestly, is that somehow the development and design of the LRT was done. And one of our friends mentioned a minute ago that the hospital should have been up on this part. And when the planning was doing, I think all of the apartments were about a 9-story maximum. Well, we're looking at 40, 50, 60 story apartments coming into play. There'll be, the councils are no better than I, but 10, 12, 15, 20,000 people living within about 2 blocks of and we're all relying on an LRT station that's about the size of someone's boat dock. And it's down in a hole. And the idea that we were going to come up and tunnel under the bike path and go up through the tomatoes and lettuce heads and go across the street and land on the other side just kind of made us all fizzle. So I jump ahead and say it's brilliant that we're on the path. You know that Carling Avenue is destined to become a rapid transit system, a very wonderful, I think, need that will join this LRT system through to Lincoln Fields and bring all of the development and housing and residential uses that are happening along Carling Corridor now together. And one day I was standing out there, and I'm old enough to be people's grandfather, I suppose, here, but I remember as a kid watching them build Carling Avenue. It was a gravel road, and the little bridge that went over the track happened in the 60s. Well, that thing is now rusting and falling apart. And if we go back to first principles and say, if we need to fix it, and it's just dealing with one track, and someday somebody's going to say, gee, we should have a second track. It'll make the LRT more efficient. It's a terrific opportunity to start with fixing the Carling Avenue Bridge. By doing that, the dream of the master plan, which we've got up here, hard to see from down here, but Carling Avenue is running along the top of the page, and you can see the garage, which is now under construction. I'll show a picture of it in a minute. I've just passed that around to you. But the original intent was to establish, I'll call it a miniature Pimsey station solution that would have head houses on both sides of Carling, north and south, that would very easily then connect the communities on the east and west side of the tracks for the residential development, and would do similarly the same for all of the activity that's happening on the hospital campus. So all of the research towers and so on and so forth, and the retailing support to the campus along Carling Avenue could easily join into this, and bit by bit, as this master plan comes to fruition, we'd have a spectacular solution with everything in the dry. I mean, the question of when does, you know, your mother have a heart attack and you've got to rush them to the hospital at 4 a.m. My wife, who was head of clinics over at the General, has always said, gee, we come off service at 11 o'clock at night. Imagine over the last couple of months at 40 below, trying to get from a hospital to the car or get to the LRT. This kind of solution that we're now putting on the table, and I pray that we can, I'll turn to that in 1 second, get at it, will allow the Pimsey station solution to happen under Carling. It reduces the path time to the hospital and to the residents, frankly, dramatically. It allows safe crossing of Carling Avenue because of it. So the whole show just moves up a huge notch, and to the point about the importance of getting the LRT to work. We've built about 3,000 spaces on this campus on the understanding this LRT is going to do half of the job. Well, if it doesn't, we'll be parking cars from here to Prescott. It'll be a huge, huge problem. You see it in the general campus and the issues of just healthcare all over the world if we don't get this right. So it's important to do so. So I wanted to also mind with the very, think of the Toronto Island experience where it's very easy to get under, in this case, under the lake. Well, this would be under Carling, come up into the airport and head on to wherever in Ontario you want to go. That's the same logic. And we built the park, or the top of the garage, at exactly the same level as the front door of the hospital. So that in fact, when you get up to the garage level, you're in the hospital. You're in an enclosed highline system that walks you right into and then splits off into the two sides. The hospital itself, imagine a building that would start on Queen Street. Its midpoint would be on Albert, and its southern solution or southern flank would be over on Laurier. It's huge. And so we've done it simply, intuitively, to make sure that all of the movement is there. And with your help, we'll get this Carling underway. So I'm going to find, and before I turn to my friend, I wanted to give an example of something that was by luck, frankly. When I had the privilege of working with Kent Kirkpatrick on Lansdowne, one of the things we thought about
Graham,
one night,
just a 1 minute remaining.
okay, yep. We thought about quickly was what other crazy projects are going on that will inhibit our ability to do Lansdowne and get the very heavy construction underway. And we uncovered the fact that the team was going to redo Bank Street from the Queensway to the canal. And guess what? They were going to start 2 months after we got Lansdowne open, and they were going to do it for 3 years. And so we stopped that and figured out a way to finance and get Bank Street done immediately on a 6-month turnaround, quick construct. And that allowed Lansdowne and its construction to happen. I think we're in the same thing here. If we don't figure out how to get Carling Avenue dealt with, and we wake up and get 10,000 people working and everything going at the Civic, and by God, the next morning we start digging up Carling, I think we'll all wonder what on earth we weren't thinking about. So I just beg we figure it out. We've been talking with the province, with Yasser Naqvi. I know on the federal front, I think our team can roll up the sleeves and find a way to fund this. But I beg you to think about that in the approval of this and to work with my friend to make sure that the overall solution works well. It's smart. He's got the experience and the wisdom to it. He's a good friend. He loves Ottawa, and he can be of great help to it. So
Great. Thank you very much.
thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Graham. What Graham's saying is he co-opted me into taking a look at this problem for him.
Okay, just so you know, we've used 10 minutes already.
Okay.
Love you, Graham, but
That's all
we're
right.
going to dial it back here. So if I could ask you to be expeditious, Richard, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, let me give you
I know.
a 1 minute overview then. Thanks to senior staff for helping us. We took a look, Graham asked me to take a look at this particular problem. The problem was simple. There was no station at the hospital. There was no station at Dow's Lake. And so thank you to senior staff. What we have done is taken the station directly to this site. What I will say is there is no design at this point. So when people refer to this as a design, it isn't a design. It's an extended footprint that is going to allow us to do a responsible design. Let me say that there are huge opportunities here, but there are huge obligations as well. There's a hospital here, but this is an event station. There will be people going skating at Winterlude. There are people going to the Arboretum. There are people who are going to the Tulip Festival. There are people going to the Experimental Farm. All of the events that go on at Little Italy, and obviously there's this huge amount of development taking place here. So what we have now is the opportunity to do a Pimisi-like solution predicated on this tunnel. And what I will say is the challenge here, because transit only works when it's intuitive. I think our earlier colleague spoke to that. What we need to do is have this station open up onto the campus and provide a public space, either interior or exterior, that allows people to congregate, meet their compatriots at the site, and pause and orient themselves so that they can intuitively understand how they're going to get to Dow's Lake, how they're going to get to the hospital and move on. And what I would suggest is in my business, if you have to put up signage, then your design has failed. So I think we're at the first step of at least having a station site on campus. And we look forward to coming back to you with a station that provides all those services.
Great. Thank you. Committee Member Troster.
Thanks so much, Chair. So thank you for all the work that we all did together on this, because until very recently, there was going to be a design coming to this committee that no one liked and no one thought anyone would use, but staff thought was the only alternative. So the work that went into this was unbelievable. And I want to thank you for your advocacy, because we agree on this issue. We want a connection people will use. 2 questions. What do you mean by a Pimisi-like solution? I'm not clear what you mean.
Well, first of all, the existing Dow's Lake station, which was the Carling station, was the poor cousin in the extension of the Trillium line. Because so many new stations wanted to come along, they essentially left it as it was. It's a one-sided station with very limited capacity. What we're looking for, the Pimisi solution has what we call 2 head houses, which are 2 pavilions, one on either side of the road. And as to my earlier comments, this allows you to actually get off on the Civic campus, which you can't do now.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. And that's something we're going to have to bring to.
I was imagining that the platform is now under Carling with the 2 head houses.
Oh, interesting.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
So when the train stops,
Yeah.
you can, I'm going to.
That's very
I'm
common in
going
Toronto
home.
with the subway. right?
Exactly.
And it'll enter corporate buildings in Bay Street, but then there's the multiple.
Precisely. And I wanted to add too, that the head houses would be done in a way to eventually allow the second track to occur. And by doing the bridge on Carling properly, you're ready
Right.
to let that unfold over time, nice and neatly, without disrupting when the changes happen.
Okay.
So everybody's in the dry, they come up where they need to, they connect and go to their homes or to the hospital.
But it also helps explain why this is going to take years and it's a very
Yeah.
expensive project, but it is very important
You look down at the Gladstone Village, they're sort of on to part of this puzzle, right?
Yeah.
And yet we come to this one and it's little thing
Okay.
down in the hold in the snow.
Well, thank you. I didn't know the history on that and the choices that were made because they predated me, so I appreciate that. Second question, so this might take 20 years or more, right? Like, let's be really honest here. No, we hope not. Well, it will take a long time, especially if you're talking about redesigning parts of the LRT station. So this is certainly not going to happen on the day the hospital opens.
I'm gonna.
Although the hospital's not
Counselor,
open for a long
Counselor,
time.
we can do this. You know, this is something that is not that difficult to do. And if you think about it with rapid construction, we can do the Carling Avenue Bridge. And that gives you the width to allow this platform to be built.
Okay.
And then these two had houses are the next thing.
So we,
I'm
but we
gonna
make the
get
city.
shot for saying this, but I think the hospital itself, it's a huge project. You know, labor, all kinds of tricks to this thing. But I'm imagining 2033, 4. So I think we've got 8, 9 years to do this. And we should focus and get it done.
Okay.
And
Well,
I
will have
really
patience
do.
for
I
that.
know we can do it. I do know that. And as everybody's been concerned, where do we get the cash for it? That's the mission. I've turned my attention to it and others have. We've got to find the way to juggle this. Because if we don't, it'll cost 20 times as much once the place is live. I don't know how the heck we're going to do it once all the ants are in place. So
Okay, well,
I would pray you to help us put the right team in place and let them get going.
Okay, well, I certainly have asked questions for staff as to whether they think that's realistic, because I think they were thinking it's going to take a lot more time than that to do this piece. But what would you do in the interim to get people into the facility? Or what would you suggest we do in the interim if you open and this is not available yet?
See, I'm going to be a real stickler. I wouldn't play interim solutions. I think it's really important to focus and get this done. I honestly, I beg of you to think about it that way. We can try and find little covered bridges and do all of these little odds and ends. We're talking about armies of people, and it's time to take it seriously and get it done. And let's find the cash and move on. There's nothing that gets you from over there upstairs. You know, my friend in a wheelchair up a little elevator that goes halfway through a locked door out at China Fence, over the bikeway, across 145 feet of lanes of traffic and buses and bikes and all the rest of it, and around the corner and up. Wrong track. This is way too important for all of us. This isn't just that local's hospital. This is dragging employees. They're coming in from Cornwall and Renfrew. If we don't get this right, they won't come. The teaching and the education programs are massive. This thing needs to be easy to deal with. Sorry to belabor it, but that's where I come from.
Thank you. Councillor Liebert?
Thank you. And Graham, I do appreciate the really hard work that you've done to get us into this position, and the persistence that you've demonstrated. I am grateful for that. The presentation that you gave was fairly high level. I know that some of the concerns that I'm hearing from the community, I need to get just a little bit more into the weeds on it. There is a concern on the part of the community that when it comes time to connect those head houses to the rest of the hospital, that there won't be a public consultation. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to get staff to agree to bring the public into that discussion. What reassurance can you provide that there is an intuitive, effective way of ensuring that lots and lots of people can get from the LRT into the campus when that connection is done?
I'm going to ask my friend Richard to get at this, because I think that's where it's important that he and team members that are dealing with the hospital and are so comfortable with the transit system of Ottawa and the station designs can get at that. But think of it, set at a high level. If there's a head house on the south side of Carling, it spans the tracks. You come up through the pay zones, there's an easy glass enclosed walkway to the edge of the garage. Remember, the garage is set back to allow the ambulatory care and research buildings to come into place. Goes there, and just as in that Toronto Island Airport experience, there are, you know, huge elevator systems. You're at the roof. Now you're enclosed and into the hospital. And all of that's ready to go. It's under the design to get constructed. We've got to get this connected to that. It's not that complicated. It's getting this stuff around Carling and up to bubble up to that level. That is the trick. That done, hanging plants and fun and games off it in various buildings is easy to do, I think. Richard, your thoughts?
Well, once again, there's city process, there's private sector process. Certainly when we did the Confederation line, we often had town halls in the communities we went to. Our office did and made presentations. I see no reason why you couldn't emulate exactly that kind of process. We have to go to the NCC. We've already been to the NCC on a preview. They're very encouraged, like many of your members are encouraged, that in fact we've got a footprint on the campus now. But Councillor, I see no reason why we wouldn't be able to have community involvement on an informal level.
I will take that at least informal consultation as a commitment on your part to reach out to the community when it's coming time. Mike. No
I
worries.
think Councillor and Mr. Chair, the hospital's been very committed to the involvement. And I can tell you that the 7 days a week that's been going on for 5 years in preparing this hospital have involved thousands of meetings, no end of them with the federal family. And they're very anxious. You know, this is a long-term lease arrangement to federal land, so they want this to happen properly. That's why I think our MP is very keen to get it right. So I think all of your involvement, we'll find a way together to make sure they're involved.
Amazing. I'll be poking the next councillor to make sure they follow
Happy to
up
have
on
it
that.
as a condition to do. I mean, that's easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the second question, I hear a lot about escalators, the need for escalators. Is there anything about this head house design and the anticipated connection with the parking garage that would preclude escalators?
No, and escalators are great because they're line of sight orientation and they're simple to use. Having said that, there are successful elevator solutions and they may be necessary at the High Line. And the Billy Bishop example that Graham gives you has both. And if you've been over to Billy Bishop Airport, you'll realize one thing, that the escalators are huge fun, but they're slow. And that the elevators on the land side are incredibly effective. People don't, they intuitively understand how to use them. They're fast. They take luggage much better than escalators. They are more accessible. So I wouldn't dismiss elevators, but escalators would certainly be part of the basic flow.
Okay. I will leave it there. I know that the community would encourage the architects to take a look at escalators in a really serious way. They're convinced that those are needed. Chair, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. So we have the recommendation. Is this recommendation carried? Great. Oh, forgive me. I forgot questions to staff. Questions to staff. And by the way, build this quicker. Parts of me are falling off, so I need this place built as soon as possible. Just a footnote.
Just think in the condition, Mr. Chairman, if you could maybe give a little tickle to, let's get it done now. That would be a shout out that we'd appreciate. I think we've got to roll up our sleeves. Just sending it off for the next 20 years is a bad idea.
Yeah, completely agree. Thank you. So questions to staff? Thanks for the reminder. Do we have questions to staff? It's just you, Jeff. Go for it.
Thank you, and I'll try to make it brief. I know there's some big headline items coming up in the next part of your meeting. So colleagues, like I think the Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association made the case for why there needs to be a really good connection. I'm not going to belabor that. So to staff, you know, the community wants to be a part of that design as it connects the head house to the garage. Can you commit to ensuring some sort of public input on that?
So through the chair, so as the design proceeds for the connection between the Dow's Lake Station and the South Head House, absolutely, there'll be opportunities for public consultation. where it integrates into the hospital site, I can't make a commitment in terms of that, but there is mechanisms, Community Advisory Council, and I think Graham spoke about that. But certainly for the segment of the city infrastructure, absolutely, that will be part of the design.
And I heard a commitment from the hospitals today to do that. So the current modal share forecast is to get down to 85% and 50% of people driving, 35% of people driving. If we don't have this intuitive weather protected connection on day one, do the modal share forecasts need to be adjusted? The community is obviously very skeptical that we're going to achieve modal share if there is an interim condition in place.
So through the chair, one of the requirements for this site is that there is a transportation monitoring plan that's implemented, and that plan will be collecting data on how people are accessing the site, whether this ultimate connection is in place or whether the interim solutions are in place. So through that, we will actually be collecting data on the modal share to the site, and that would inform any potential changes to the transportation demand management strategy for the site. So I think that would be the mechanism for seeing how the interim connection functions in relation to an ultimate.
I just know if we had revised modal share plan or modal share forecasts, that could help us make the case for an acceleration of the funding in order to get this done. If we are taking a look at what the modal share is going to be on the basis of an interim condition, and we determine that it's going to be significantly less transit usage, that helps us make the case to the other levels of government to help us fund the permanent connection more quickly.
So certainly that's something we could take a look at. It's not, there are many factors that influence the mode share to the site. This connection is obviously a key part of that, but there's a number of other factors on the, if it's an employee, the home end of the trip in terms of how that connectivity to transit works and the connections and all of that. So it's not an easy thing necessarily to come up with a projection, but it is doable just by I'm just thinking technically how you would do it, because it's really the quality of the experience. And typically when we're doing modeling for transportation, it's distance. How much time does it take you to get somewhere? And we add penalties if you have to stand around. And so I think there would be, we could come up with an estimate, but it would be subject to a fair amount of uncertainty, because that's something that typically is not addressed through modeling.
Let's chat more about that before this comes to council at some point in the next couple of weeks. Okay, so one of the key ones for me is we still have the NCC approval language that I think is in effect. The proponent must provide universally accessible, seamless, intuitive, and weather-protected connectivity between Dow's Lake LRT station and the hospital's main entrance when it opens in 2028. So I'll use when it opens as the operative language here. How can we proceed? How can the hospital open without what the NCC is describing, which essentially is what we're going to be approving today, in place on day one? Are we going to have to go back to the NCC and seek their permission or change the master site plan?
Oh, sorry, I can speak more to the city's condition. I'm not sure how the federal approval would work in that situation. I know that certainly the NCC is very keen to see a connection in place for day one. The interim options that we're looking at would partially address those commitments by having it weather protected. The shuttle service again would be a accessible connection. So those interim options would partially fulfill that commitment. And so I honestly don't have an answer for how the NCC would deal with that. On the city's side, the condition that is there looks to see how that connection would be integrated into the master site plan and the future phases of the development. So it's more, the condition is more like what's the process. So the environmental assessment is the first step. Funding is sort of second step to that, if that makes sense. And then sort of the implementation with a recognition that it could be as part of future phases. So it's not, the language for the NCC condition is a bit more prescriptive in terms of it being in place for day one.
Okay. Again, before council, I'd like to have a better understanding of whether or not we need to go back to the commission to be able to like for the hospital to be able to open on day one without this underground connection in place. Everyone's going to be pragmatic, of course, but I would like to understand the mechanics on that. And then colleagues, I hope you will approve the connection as proposed by city staff. I'm grateful for the work that they've done to get us into this place. And I hope everyone takes note of Mr. Burns' encouragement to the city, to the province, and the feds to get this done much sooner than anticipated. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. So on that, is that carried? Great. Thank you. Thanks so much. So I'm going to move to implications of Bill 56, and I believe this is the one with the presentation. All right, good. 23 wonderful slides. You've never seen 23 slides at this committee. This one deserves it. So yeah, this never happens.
Never had I'm just glad we're talking about this. This is what we're not going to talk about.
What was that?
Glad this is way lower state.
Yeah, touche. It's true. Yeah. Hey, always, Jeff. No problem. Oh, God. Oh, my mic's on still. That's fun. All right. So we have Chris, maybe you can introduce the gang and please let loose.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today and to see this important report before the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. This report provides committee members and council with a comprehensive overview of the financial and road safety implications of Bill 56, which resulted in the removal of automated speed enforcement in Ontario. It also includes the Strategic Road Safety Action Plan Annual Report and the proposed 2026 Implementation Plan. Le présent rapport offre aux membres du comité et au conseil un aperçu complet des répercussions financières et en matière de sécurité routière du projet de loi 56, qui a entraîné le retrait des caméras de contrôle automatisées de la vitesse en Ontario. Il comprend également le rapport annuel sur le plan d'action stratégique en matière de sécurité routière ainsi que le plan proposé de mise en œuvre de 2026. I'd like to begin by thanking the many staff across the organization who worked behind the scenes to pull together the analysis, data, and coordination required to support this item. I'd also like to acknowledge the chair of PWIC for their leadership and councillors more broadly for their patience and engagement as we've worked through the complexities of understanding the impacts of Bill 56 and what it means for road safety in Ottawa. Staff will now walk committee members through the key components of the report. To begin, Heidi Cousineau, Manager of Traffic Safety and Mobility, will provide a summary of Bill 56. Then Lance Novak, Manager of Strategic Projects in Finance, and Svetlana Valkova, Deputy Chief Financial Officer, will outline the financial implications of the bill. Following this overview, Heidi will take the committee through provincial funding and how it may be leveraged. She will continue by providing updates on the Strategic Road Safety Action Plan, including a brief overview of the current status of the speed zoning policy. Over to you, Heidi.
Thank you, Krista. Good morning, Chair and members of committee. Bonjour. Bill 56, Building a More Competitive Economy Act, was passed by the province in October 2025 and came into effect on November 14th. The legislation introduced a change in the framework governing automated speed enforcement across Ontario. For municipalities, including the City of Ottawa, this required adjustments to available speed management tools, as well as the funding model that had supported many road safety initiatives. The remainder of today's presentation explains how the city adjusted our funding and programs as a result. La présentation d'aujourd'hui explique comment la ville s'est adaptée tant sur le plan financier que sur les plans des programmes à la suite de ces changements législatifs. I'll now hand things over to Lance Novak to first walk through the fiscal impacts of the legislative change.
All right, thanks, Heidi. So Bill Next slide, please. Bill 56 results in significant financial implications due to the loss of a major funding source for road safety initiatives. La suppression du programme de contrôle automatisé de la vitesse entraîne la perte d'environ 15 millions de dollars de recettes nettes annuelles qui étaient directement réinvesties dans des initiatives en matière de sécurité routière. ASC was a dedicated funding source for a number of road safety programs and capital investments. As a result, staff have had to undertake a comprehensive realignment across operating budgets, capital planning, and the road safety reserve. The city's approach has focused on two components. First, the phase out of the ASC program, including elimination of operating costs, maximizing revenue opportunities, and transitioning key technical road safety resources. The second component focuses on stabilizing road safety funding. This includes identifying and maintaining key road safety programs, leveraging the use of the Provincial Road Safety Initiatives Fund, and mitigating impact on the Road Safety Reserve. Next slide, please. Phasing out the ASC program focuses on minimizing financial risk and disruption. With respect to cost management, nearly all non-compensation costs tied to ASC, such as data processing, mailing, and vendor services, have been eliminated. Several departments played a role in supporting this program and received program funding to ensure successful delivery while maintaining service levels. 84 FTEs previously funded by ASC are being phased out in a structured manner, aligned with the ticket lifecycle and workload requirements. The city will seek recovery of eligible costs from the province for the installation of mandatory signage at former ASC sites. In addition, the city will seek recovery of partial costs for Ottawa Police Services traffic enforcement and adult school crossing guards through the Provincial Road Safety Initiatives Fund. All ASC costs are expected to be fully removed from the 2027 budget. Phasing out the ASC program also requires technical road safety positions be retained to ensure continued delivery of critical road safety programs. These positions are separate from the previously discussed 84 FTEs. 13 FTEs are being retained, funded through the annual capital budget to support ongoing delivery of road safety programs. These staff support capital programs such as the pedestrian crossover, new traffic control devices, temporary traffic calming, and pedestrian accessibility and intersection ramping. 1 FTE will be retained to provide ongoing support for the city's automated enforcement program, including the continued delivery of the red light camera program, while supporting the evaluation of opportunities for future growth in automated enforcement. Lastly, a key fiscal bridge during this transition is the arrears recovery strategy. Tickets issued prior to November 14th, 2025 remain valid and enforceable. ASC funded collections will continue through 2026, generating an estimated $6.3 million in revenues, which will exceed program costs for the year. Next slide, please. This table shows a comparison between the original 2026 budget, which assumed a full year of ASC operations with an additional 24 cameras, and the revised forecast on the right side, which reflects post-Bill 56 reality. Le coût total du programme de CAV passe de 19,3 millions de dollars à 5,5 millions de dollars. Comme nous l'avons déjà évoqué, cette réduction est attribuable à la suppression des coûts non liés à la rémunération, comme le traitement des données et les envois postaux, et la baisse des coûts de rémunération suite à la suppression progressive des activités financées par les CAV. Au niveau des recettes, les prévisions concernant les recettes du CAV ont été revues à la baisse, passant de 40,9 millions de dollars à 6,3 millions de dollars. Les recettes ainsi générées reflètent les efforts déployés pour recouvrer les infractions non payées. Overall, the ASC program is expected to generate $800,000 in net proceeds in 2026, supporting a structured phase-out of operations. ASC revenues in 2027 onwards are expected to be negligible. I'll now hand it over to Svetlana Velkova, who will continue to walk through the financial implications of Bill 56.
Thank you, Lyons. Next slide, please. Les recettes générées par le programme de contrôle automatisé de la vitesse sont affectées au fonds de réserve pour la sécurité routière et constituent une source de financement pour diverses initiatives en matière de sécurité routière. Proceeds generated from the automated speed enforcement program are allocated to the Road Safety Reserve and provide a funding source for a variety of road safety initiatives. This includes the Adult School Crossing Guard Program, temporary traffic calming, and Ottawa Police Services traffic enforcement. Since 2023, automated speed enforcement provided funding for growth in the Adult School Crossing Guard program, allowing for up to 10 additional crossing guard locations to be included. In 2026, this amounts to $796,000 in funding from automated speed enforcement, the equivalent of 31 crossing guards. This funding from automated speed enforcement will be maintained in 2026, with a planned transition to citywide tax-supported funding starting in 2027. The city will also seek recovery of the $796,000 automated speed enforcement portion of costs for this program through the Provincial Road Safety Initiative Fund, mitigating the impact on the Road Safety Reserve. Automated speed enforcement revenues have been contributed to the temporary traffic calming program growth funding at an annual increase of $12,500 per ward, reaching the planned maximum of $100,000 per ward in 2026. And in 2026, the automated speed enforcement contribution to the program amounts to $945,000. Staff are recommending the funding per ward be maintained with a planned transition to citywide tax-supported funding starting in 2027. Ottawa Police Service traffic enforcement. Beginning in 2025, automated speed enforcement contributed $1 million annually to Ottawa Police Services to fund traffic enforcement. This contribution will be maintained in 2026, with future funding to be realigned through the regular budget process. The city will also seek recovery of the $1 million police contribution through the Provincial Road Safety Initiatives Fund, which includes eligibility for certain speed enforcement costs. Next slide, please. Le programme le plus important financé par des dispositifs de le programme de contrôle automatisé de la vitesse est le plan d'action stratégique en matière de sécurité routière. The most significant program funded through automated speed enforcement is the Road Safety Action Plan. Staff recommended funding for this program be reduced from $15 million to $7.5 million in 2026 due to the loss of automated speed enforcement revenues. Even at this reduced level, Road Safety Action Plan continues to support safety improvements for vulnerable road users, intersection upgrades, rural safety enhancements, targeted high-risk driver countermeasures, all aligned with the Strategic Road Safety Action Plan. In addition to the Road Safety Action Plan initiatives, staff will be working to deliver road safety initiatives eligible under the $23.8 million in funding made available through the Provincial Road Safety Initiatives Fund. Strategic Road Safety Action Plan funding levels beyond 2026 will be reviewed alongside the next iteration of the Strategic Road Safety Action Plan in future budget cycles. Lastly, the city will continue to deliver a large portion of road safety-related investments which were not funded through the automated speed enforcement program. The 2026 capital budget included $77 million in other road safety-related investments unaffected by Bill 56. This represents a significant increase from $27.5 million in 2020, demonstrating sustained strategic commitment to road safety outcomes. Next slide, please. Ce résumé présente les faits nés du projet de loi 56 sur le budget de 2026. This summary consolidates the net effect of Bill 56 on the 2026 budget. Automated speed enforcement proceeds dropped from $21.6 million to $800,000, reflecting the impact of the program phase-out and revenue collections efforts. Several automated speed enforcement funded programs are maintained with $1.8 million in provincial support through the Road Safety Initiatives Fund, offsetting some of this impact. The result is a net negative impact of 7.6 million on the road safety reserve in 2026. Next slide, please. Les répercussions financières du projet de loi 56 sont prises en charge par le Fonds de réserve pour la sécurité routière. Le Fonds de réserve pour la sécurité routière a pour objectif de garantir que les recettes issues des contrôles automatisés soient directement réinvesties dans l'amélioration de la sécurité. The financial impact of Bill 56 is absorbed through the Road Safety Reserve. The Road Safety Reserve exists to ensure revenues from automated enforcement are reinvested directly into safety improvements. With automated speed enforcement eliminated, revenues from the red light camera program will become the reserve's primary funding source. In 2026, the red light camera program allocates revenues from cameras installed after 2020 to the Road Safety Reserve. In response to council direction received under motion 2025-7119, staff are recommending all red light camera proceeds, regardless of camera installation date, be allocated to the Road Safety Reserve beginning in 2027. An equivalent portion of capital funding for road safety related investments will be shifted to the Road Safety Reserve to mitigate impact on the operating budget. Staff will include an annual positive reserve contribution through this process. Additional efforts to support a path to recovery for the Road Safety Reserve include the return of surplus capital funds. Staff recommend any surplus traffic services capital funds identified through the annual capital adjustments and closure of projects report be returned to the Road Safety Reserve. In addition, staff recommend surplus uncommitted capital funds in the temporary traffic calming program be returned to the reserve at the end of each term of council. This process will ensure an equitable approach to the temporary traffic calming program for any new councillors while supporting recovery of the reserve. Together, these measures create a net positive annual contribution starting in 2027, putting the Road Safety Reserve on a sustainable recovery path. I will now hand this over to Heidi to walk you through the provincial funding.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. As Svetlana just outlined, the loss of automated speed enforcement required a significant realignment of road safety funding. One of the ways the cities is mitigating those impacts is by leveraging the provincial funding programs that were introduced alongside the legislative change. The first provincial funding program relates to mandatory school area signage. The province now requires oversized bilingual signage with flashing beacons at former automated speed enforcement locations. For Ottawa, the estimated cost to install the signage is approximately 1.8 million. The city is responsible for completing the installation upfront, with reimbursement subject to provincial review and approval. Temporary signage is being installed first, followed by permanent signage and flashing beacons. The second funding source is the Road Safety Initiative Fund, or RSIF. Ottawa is eligible, as mentioned, up to 23.8 million in one-time funding through this program, approximately 4 million in immediate interim funding, and up to 19.7 million through an application-based stream. It is important to note that RSIF funding is limited to provincially sanctioned safety measures, which I will highlight shortly, and applies only to former automated speed enforcement locations where implementation is feasible. Next slide, please. As mentioned, RSIF funding is restricted to the former automated speed enforcement locations and supports a defined range of eligible measures. These include measures like engineered traffic calming, signage, pavement markings, delineation devices, new traffic controls or roundabouts, pedestrian safety improvements, and certain program-related costs such as crossing guards and target enforcement within specified limits. Eligible planning, engineering, and project management costs may also be recovered subject to program caps. To qualify for funding, applications must be submitted by December 1st of 2026, and all approved measures must be completed and incurred by March 31st of 2028. Given the time required for design, approvals, and construction, this effectively allows for one full construction season. As a result, early planning and submission were essential, and these program requirements directly informed how staff identified and prioritized potential projects for inclusion in the application. Next slide, please. Given the required timelines, staff have identified projects that are sufficiently advanced in design and feasible to deliver within the available timeframe. And I can confirm that the RCIF application has now just been recently submitted. The application seeks to recover funding for a range of eligible road safety measures, including, as Saflana noted, the adult school crossing guard services and traffic enforcement activities. It also includes the implementation of select traffic control devices and pedestrian crossover projects that are sufficiently advanced to be delivered within the program timelines at these former AAC automated speed enforcement locations. The application also includes engineered traffic calming measures such as speed cushions or speed humps, speed display boards, school area pavement markings, and hardwired flashing beacons, along with eligible planning, engineering, and project management costs. All proposed measures were identified based on eligibility, feasibility, and alignment within program requirements. While the application has been submitted, final implementation remains subject to provincial approval, detailed design, and site-specific considerations, so some elements may be refined as that work progresses. You will find the Road Safety Initiative Funding Spending Plan in document 1 of the report. Next slide, please. So up to this point, you've heard about the financial adjustments and funding strategies required following Bill 56. I'd now like to turn to what we're seeing from a road safety perspective. Automated speed enforcement was a proven and effective tool, especially in school areas. Data from Ottawa's original pilot sites showed sustained improvements over time, where it was shown that speed compliance increased to 87% after 4 years, and high-end speeding dropped to just 0.3%. Following the implementation of Bill 56, the suite of tools municipalities can use to manage speed changed. Automated speed enforcement had previously been one of several measures contributing to speed compliance, particularly in school areas. Safe speeds remains fundamental to the safe systems approach. La gestion des vitesses sécuritaires demeure un principe fondamental de l'approche des systèmes sûrs. As vehicle speeds increase, both the likelihood of collisions and the severity of resulting injuries rise, particularly for vulnerable road users. Staff continue to review speed data on a monthly basis, and a more comprehensive post-removal analysis is planned for spring and summer of 2026, once all the mandated signage has been fully installed. This longer-term assessment will help provide a clearer understanding of trends over time. The next few slides speak to speed data collected since the removal of the speed cameras. I'd also note that reporting of this data responds directly to a recent council-approved motion moved by Chair Tierney, which directed staff to report back to PWIC on speed data collected following the removal of automated speed enforcement. The data you'll see next reflects the most up-to-date information available, including speed data that was collected through March of 2026 at the 8 original pilot sites. With that, I'll turn to the data. So next slide, please. This slide shows what was observed following the removal of speed cameras at these locations. Prior to removal, speed limit compliance was approximately 87%. Within 16 weeks, compliance declined to about 36%. It's important to note that these results reflect conditions before all mandatory Bill 56 signage is fully installed, and therefore represent an early monitoring period rather than the complete picture. Continued monitoring will help assess how driver behavior evolves over time as required signage and additional safety measures are fully implemented. Next slide, please. So we see a similar pattern when we look at the high-end speeding, which refers to vehicles traveling well above the posted speed limit. Prior to removal of the speed cameras, high-end speeding at these locations was measured at approximately 0.3%. Within 16 weeks, that share increased to about 6.1%. Higher levels of speeding are associated with an increased risk of more severe collision outcomes, particularly for vulnerable road users. As with overall speed compliance, these observations do reflect an early monitoring period. Continued data collection will be important to assess longer-term trends as the mandated signage is installed and other safety measures are implemented. Next slide, please. One of the ways that we're addressing speed more broadly is through a new proposed speed zone policy. This new policy would be grounded in the safe systems approach and reflect best practices in speed management. It would consider all the context and use of each roadway, integrated all existing council-approved speed-related policies, and support a longer-term cultural shift around safety and speed. Changing posted speed limits alone doesn't immediately change behavior, but it is a foundational step that supports design, enforcement, and education over time. Next slide, please. The review of the new speed zone policy is complete, and staff are now validating the recommended approach to ensure it works well for Ottawa-specific conditions. This includes testing along corridors that were raised through councillor consultations. Bill 56 has introduced some uncertainty, however, around the future funding needed to implement the policy at scale. As a result, and to ensure their approach is technically sound and financially realistic, staff are planning to bring the finalized policy forward next term of council, along with a citywide implementation strategy. Next slide, please. Turning now to the Strategic Road Safety Action Plan, or as we refer, RSAP. The 2020-2024 plan is in its third iteration of Ottawa's long-term road safety strategy and is built on safe systems and Vision Zero principles. It was approved in December of 2019. Its goal was a 20% reduction in the rate of fatal and major injury collisions by 2024, based on a 2013 to 2017 baseline, with a longer-term goal of 0 fatalities by 2035. Just to clarify terminology, when we refer to fatal and major injury collisions, or FMIs, we are talking about collisions where at least one person was either killed or sustained injuries serious enough for the person to be transported and admitted to hospital. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes what we're seeing in the most recent collision data. In 2024, there were 144 fatal and major injury collisions, compared to a 5-year average of 126. On its own, that year-over-year increase is concerning, but it's important to put that into context. We expect annual fluctuations in collision numbers. That's why in road safety, we don't draw conclusions from a single year. Instead, we focus on longer-term trends, which smooth out variability and provide a more reliable picture of progress. When population growth is taken into account, the FMI collision rate per 100,000 residents continues to trend downward compared to the baseline period. Using that 5-year trend approach, the city has achieved the target of 20% reduction in the fatal and major injury collision rate compared to the 2013-2017 baseline. That said, the most recent 5-year average still includes pandemic-influenced years when traffic volumes and travel patterns were atypical. Because of that, continued long-term monitoring is critical to confirm that these reductions are sustained as traffic conditions evolve. Next slide, please. I'd like to briefly walk through this table as it helps put the trends we've just discussed into context. As mentioned, the city relies on 5-year periods rather than individual years to assess road safety outcomes. This approach helps account for normal year-to-year variation in collision data and provides a more stable basis for assessing longer-term trends. The 2013 to 2017 period represents the baseline. The 2020 to 2024 period reflects the most recent 5-year data available and is used here for comparison. Looking first at the total number of fatal and major injury collisions, the data shows a reduction from 743 collisions in the baseline to 631 in the current period, representing a decrease of approximately 15%. When examined on a population basis, the 5-year average fatal and major injury collision rate per 100,000 residents declined from 15.5 to 12.4, which corresponds to a 20% reduction and aligns with the target established in the Strategic Road Safety Action Plan. The average number of fatalities per year also decreased over the same comparison period from 27 to 23, reflecting a longer-term downward trend despite expected year-to-year fluctuations. Overall, this comparison shows that when viewed over an appropriate multi-year timeframe, changes in the most severe collision outcomes can be observed. At the same time, the inclusion of pandemic-affected years in the current period underscores the importance of continued long-term monitoring and a consistent, data-driven approach as travel patterns continue to adjust. Next slide, please. Moving now to the 2026 Road Safety Action Plan budget. This slide shows how the $7.5 million budget is allocated across the 4 emphasis areas. Given the reduced RSAP funding in 2026, staff have focused the program on highest risk locations and on projects that are sufficiently advanced, allowing us to continue implementing safety improvements as efficiently as possible. The largest share of RSAP funding, just over 70%, is directed to vulnerable road users. A further 3.8 million is allocated to cycling safety improvements focused on locations that are already well advanced in design. Several high-volume cycling locations are currently at various stages of design. Within the RSAP program, just over 1 million is allocated to intersection safety, including funding for protected left turn implementations and rail-related safety improvements identified through detailed safety assessments. Rural safety accounts for approximately 1.1 million, focused on geometric improvements at skewed intersections where elevated collision risk has been identified through network screening. Finally, a smaller allocation of 50,000 supports gateway signage to address high-risk driver behavior. It's also important to note that RSAP funding is complemented by increased investments through the tax-supported capital budget. As Svetlana noted earlier, the RSAP program sits alongside a much larger portfolio of tax-supported road safety investments, particularly at intersections and pedestrian crossings, where funding has increased over the past 2 budget cycles. Overall, the 2026 RSAP implementation plan reflects a focused and pragmatic approach, prioritizing implementation readiness and locations with the greatest safety risk, while operating alongside that significant additional tax-supported investments across the city's capital road safety programs. Next slide, please. Finally, to close, staff will maintain the current road safety action plan delivery model through the remainder of this term of council. Work on the 4th iteration of the Strategic Road Safety Action Plan has just begun and will be brought forward early next term. That work will include an evaluation of past measures, analysis of post-pandemic collision trends, and identification of future funding needs. Together, these findings will inform future priorities and ensure the city's approach remains data-driven, targeted, and focused on reducing fatal and major injury collisions. Ongoing monitoring will remain essential as travel patterns continue to evolve and new safety measures are implemented, with both RSAP initiatives and the broader city programs contributing to continued progress. Together with the financial measures and funding strategies outlined earlier, this next phase of the Road Safety Action Plan development will help ensure road safety efforts remain sustainable and evidence-based. La prochaine version du plan stratégique de sécurité routière continuera de s'appuyer sur les données, l'évaluation de ce qui fonctionne et l'évolution des comportements sur le réseau. Thank you.
Well, wow, eye-opening, right, folks? So no surprise to anybody, by the way. Before we get into things, I'm going to go ahead and get Councillor Troster. There's a great motion here, and then followed by Councillor Johnson to read their motions in, and then we'll go to questions to staff, and we'll continue our discussion here. I want to thank you guys. You put a tremendous amount of work into this, and I'm glad we had the foresight to keep an eye on what's happening out there. Clearly, it's what we predicted, and now we have to find measures to fix it with less money, which is always a challenge. So, Councillor Troster.
Thank you. This just is regards surplus temporary traffic calming fund money. So whereas recommendation 5 of the implications of Bill 56 and Strategic Road Safety Action Plan annual report recommends that council return surplus temporary traffic calming citywide capital funds at the end of each term of council to the Road Safety Reserve, with final balances to be documented in the annual capital adjustments and closing projects report. Whereas the temporary traffic calming measures program continues to evolve to include a wider range of traffic calming elements and project types, whereas urban neighborhoods often have dense and complex conditions that can make TTCM projects challenging and time-consuming to plan and implement, whereas these factors can make it difficult to spend all TTCM funds within the year or term in which they are received, even where projects have been approved and are actively in planning. Therefore, it be resolved that any TTCM funds committed to approved projects at the end of the term of council be conditionally retained to allow for implementation. Therefore, be it further resolved that undedicated TTC surpluses be returned to the Road Safety Reserve at the end of a term of council as proposed in recommendation 5. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And again, that is staff supported. Staff, good. Thumbs up. Hallelujah. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas speeding continues to be one of the most significant road safety concerns raised by residents across Ottawa, particularly in residential neighborhoods and school zones where vulnerable road users, including children, are at heightened risk. And whereas city data has shown a substantial increase in speeding in school zones, with compliance dropping from 87% to 41% within a 12-week period, and we've seen the trend continue now, following the removal of automated speed enforcement ASE cameras and high-end speeding increasing from 0.3 to over 4, and now worse, during the same period. And whereas speed data is an important input in understanding risk related to more serious collisions, whereas the city's current approach to collecting speed data is limited and does not provide a full picture of speeds across the roadway network. And whereas other jurisdictions across Canada and internationally are increasingly incorporating innovative technology-enabled and data-driven approaches, including predictive analytics and AI-supported monitoring systems to inform their road safety programs, whereas the City of Ottawa is currently undertaking work to update the Road Safety Action Plan, which will guide the road safety priorities for the next term of council. And whereas this work presents an opportunity to modernize and strengthen the inputs used to make informed, data-driven decisions about road safety, therefore be it resolved that staff, through the update to the city's Road Safety Action Plan, leverage advanced data analytics, predictive modeling, and AI-supported technologies where appropriate to enhance the city's ability to identify, monitor, and respond to speeding trends and inform road safety priorities. Be it further resolved that staff consider speed management as a focus area when developing the Road Safety Action Plan that will be presented to Council in 2027. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I'll go to our committee members first. Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'll echo what the Chair said. Thank you for collecting this data regarding the speeding in school zones or where we lost ASCs. It's maddening, but entirely predictable. So we're going from, $15 million in revenue that we were reinvesting into our SAP to a $7.5 million budget this year. The report talks about what we are investing in, but what are we losing?
Some of the smaller programs that were initiated through the RSAP, some of the broader range of programs that we have implemented in the past years, we are really focusing on those sort of higher target ones, the cycling, the pedestrian programs, the skewed intersections and things like that. Maybe we can't do as many intersections as we had hoped to in the past, that kind of thing. And we're still emphasizing the 4 emphasis areas, but not being able to provide as much funding to each one of those emphasis areas. So not as many projects.
Okay, and can you list some of the smaller ones that we've sort of let go?
Yeah, documents. Yeah, I might have to get back to you on that to identify some of those specific ones. But like I said, it's more mainly about the less number of locations that we can do. Instead of 5 intersections, we're doing 2 type of thing.
Understood. We are essentially pillaging our reserves for this next year to stay afloat and to be able to provide some investment into the Road Safety Action Plan. I would assume, what's the plan going forward? I would assume it becomes a budget pressure.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I think, we've laid out a plan to recover that road safety reserve. It will be a long-term plan. It will take, regular annual budgeting through red light camera revenues will be incorporated in a path to recovery. So I think fortunately for the automated speed enforcement program in Bill 56, it is isolated to the road safety reserve, that impact. We did identify some programs such as the temporary traffic calming and the adult school crossing guards that'll shift, and those will become will have to be incorporated in the citywide tax funded base in the 2027 budget. But as for the road safety reserve, we do anticipate that will be recovered over the course of several years, including the return of surplus capital funds.
Right, we'll reestablish our reserve, but in terms of being able to deliver the programs, that will be an additional budget pressure.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's really important for anyone who thinks that this, was a good idea. We used to, the people that were speeding were paying for our road safety measures in this city, and now the burden is shifted to everyone. So that is a really important takeaway for the public to understand. The ward specific projects, those you've submitted them, but where necessary, there will be some level of public consultation if deemed appropriate. Okay. I'm going to go back to AS. I do have a question. I see Ottawa Police are with us, and I do have a question for them on ASEs. But before shifting or letting staff go, I did want to comment quickly on the bus arm pilot. I know that I had an IPD that I didn't think we needed to lift, but it is part of our SAP. So just to comment on it quickly, I think it was good to get an update that it has been a pilot since 2019. This is a concern that we do. I mean, I don't know how often other counselors get correspondence on this, but certainly in rural areas, we do hear this, that buses that are stopped are being passed at a high rate of speed. And it was shocking to me to see 356 tickets. Only the cameras are only on 5 buses. So that to me is actually quite a large number. And the IPD states that unlike ASCs, where it's a revenue generator, it would be a budget pressure. It would be something that we would have to choose to invest in. So I just wanted to sort of put that on everybody's radar. It may be something we consider in investing in the future. I know the RSAP is being updated in the next term of council, but yeah, shocking to see that many instances of people blatantly passing stopped school buses. So I did have a question for OPS. I don't know if you wanted to come up to the mic. Thanks for joining us today. So the report does say that enforcement from Ottawa Police is part of the solution to the loss of the ASE cameras. So I was just hoping you could sort of comment on operationally, what I guess is changing to respond to this need.
Yes, of course. Obviously, the biggest challenge is we cannot compete with a 24/7 enforcement strategy. So what we're doing is the coordination of resource. Now that we've created the district traffic teams, the road safety unit, there's already a big coordination piece that's in place. So the 84 locations that where we had the ASEs, we will be incorporating those locations into the enforcement location that we distribute across all the sections. So frontline officers we have traffic representatives on each platoon. So they involve their teams to do targeted enforcement at certain locations. So all of this is coordinated through the road safety unit. So we were not targeting those locations before because the speed cameras were in positions. So now we have to incorporate this. So we have to be realistic. We cannot be at each of those locations all the time, but it's going to be a mix of including those locations, the intelligence that we get, the complaints that we get from the community, and we will prioritize the locations in that way.
Okay, thank you. And appreciating, of course, you can't be there 24/7. Nothing is going to be able to replace the efficacy of the cameras, in my opinion. But you feel you're adequately resourced to be able to respond to the speeding that we're seeing in our city.
Well, we can always have more resource allocated to this. I'll be honest, but we will be tracking. We've already discussed a plan to start tracking all the enforcement done specifically at those locations so that we can support the cost recovery with the province for the 1 million that comes to OPS. So.
Okay, thank you very much. This is for me.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. Just a minor, just have one question. It's a minor point of clarification about unused TTC funds that go back into reserve. So if I'm correct, that means if there's money left over from, I don't know, speed humps that weren't implemented or something, that just becomes unavailable. And then the next year it goes back to $100,000. Or I guess where the term of council changes, the next year it goes back to $100,000.
Yeah, so anything that's not committed towards a project, an approved project. So if you already have speed humps that are in the works, those are committed projects. But anything that's remaining at the end of the term of council that hasn't been spent or dedicated to be for an approved project would be then shifted to the road safety reserve, as opposed to carrying over to the next term. And then the next term would start over at each councillor having the $100,000.
Okay, and then so then follow up on that. So then within the term though, if there is unused funds that year, we can still carry it over, but that carryover only goes until the end of that term.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Skalsky. Isabel?
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, my screen's showing something different, so I've been told. Councillor DeRoche.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the update. This situation of speeding and aggressive driving continues to be the #1 complaint that I receive in my office, and it has been for a long time. Sadly, we're in a crisis situation, I think, across the city of just non-compliance. And we are doing what we can as a municipality to engineer and educating, but it's a struggle every day. And I implore the public to, especially around our schools, be safe. I'm concerned that the signage, is going to be ineffective. Essentially, these are people who know there's a school there. These are not people visiting the community for the first time from Timmins. It's people who live in the community. So the cameras really were playing an important role, and the hole that has been created financially is very worrying in terms of what we can do to re-engineer some of the communities and keep these programs going. Just to be clear, with the provincial funding that is on the table, which if it wasn't for the cameras leaving, we'd be thrilled to be receiving this money. It's only for the schools that are impacted. So the other schools aren't going to be having the same kind of treatment as much as they likely deserve the same kind of treatment. I have 2 in my ward and one in Finley Creek that we will have some speed cushions because it's not a collector essentially. But in Riverside South, Spratt Road is 4 lanes, and the premier said, put in speed bumps, put in cushions. So let's do it. But staff's view is on collectors in 4 lanes, we don't do it. Could you explain why?
That's correct. Speed humps, vertical measure, speed humps, speed cushions are a form of traffic calming, but they're not appropriate in every single kind of context. National standards, guidelines, engineering best practices suggest that they are more appropriate on the local small collector kind of streets. They can cause maintenance issues. They can cause safety issues when they're not in the appropriate context in terms of sort of that speed differential and driver expectations of sort of approaching them. And then there could be sudden braking going over them, which then cause safety issues. Larger collectors and arterials are meant more for higher volumes. They are often high frequent transit routes, and speed humps have an impact on transit. They are often very critical emergency response routes, which speed humps have an impact on them as well. So best practices, engineering best practices, is to not put vertical traffic calming measures in that kind of context. That said, not every road that's classified as an arterial is equal, right? In the right context, in some village main streets, the right context may be appropriate, but 4-lane collector roads, vertical measures is not appropriate for that kind of context.
Okay, I think I agree with you. There'll be some contexts where maybe you might have a different answer. I think on Spratt, I'm going to support what's proposed right now, but I think the community will likely say, we think more is needed here, and I'm not giving up on that. I'll say that today. you had originally put in the request for the province that some of the side streets where, so for example, Spratt is 4 lanes, but the school is also bordered by Canyon Walk, which is 2 lane. You'd had some speed cushions in there because there is speeding concerns there and aggressive driving concerns. Those were ruled out of scope for the program, but now you're saying it is in scope. And is that now on the table that we're seeking that for situations like Canyon Walk where it's adjacent to the school, but not where the camera was located?
Yes, through the chair. Yes, some preliminary guidance that we had been receiving from the province was saying that they would not apply it to the side streets. Some very recent, just as of late last week, clarifications that we received from the province said that they would consider traffic calming on those side streets where we could not have any measures appropriate on the main street. So in the instance like Spratt, where we can't do physical traffic calming within the suite of options that they've given us, we can consider the side street if it's within the reasonable distance and still serving that same community. So yes, in those locations, we have added them back into the application.
Okay. Next question, and I'll have a couple, and then I'll just have the comment to wrap up, is just on traffic light installations and what have you. I mean, it's especially in the suburban communities where suddenly within a year or two, like you've got significantly new volumes. We have rural cross-section roads where we need to urbanize them. I was disappointed this year. We didn't have more protected lefts or traffic light installation, which is kind of the gold standard for managing intersections. What's the plan there to hopefully expand those, especially where either they're warranted or it would greatly help the safety in the intersection?
Through the chair, there's a multiple of different sort of options in terms of consideration of things like traffic lights. There definitely is the city's program, the NTC program, that is for those warranted locations, and that unfortunately, there's a lot of locations on that list that require a significant amount of funding, and so we're implementing them as priorities arise. And our capital budgets for those programs have increased over the last number of years, allowing us to do more. There's some of the locations that are on that prioritization list are funded through planning developments program for that are more because they're more development driven. And then so they have some funding from the development chargers to implement those. And so they are also implementing new traffic signals through those programs. And then through other intersections may be implemented as a direct result of a new development. And when they're doing the TIA process, and it's decided that through that development that a new signal has to be implemented through that. So some of those signals are implemented there.
Okay. A lot of branches involved. I know that's maybe not yours, but Krista, it is yours. And I think that there's a lot of work to do, and we can do better proactively around our schools when we're building those communities. I'll just say in closing, and the police are here and you're doing a great job with enforcement with the resources that you have. I'm going to be raising it on Monday at the Police Services Board that you issued like 52% more warnings than actual tickets. And I think we're at that point there where the warnings are insufficient, right? Certainly in front of the schools, you should be handing out warnings. I can't direct the police, but I want to give that feedback that if we're going to be handing out warnings, we're not helping, I think, the cause overall. So I will be raising it at the Police Services Board on Monday. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. And I'm looking at the correct screen now. Councillor Scully.
Thank you, Chair. So I have several questions, and I'm sorry to belabor the traffic calming piece, but I just want to make sure it's really crystal clear to me. So the way I understand that it operates today is every year the ward has access to $100,000 and it carries over from year to year. And today it resets every council at the end of the council term? Or does it continue to carry over today?
Through the chair, so the last term of council, it did not carry over because of the creation of the 24th ward. And then so everybody reset to zero at the beginning of the last term.
Okay.
We were in that direction of thinking that it may carry over this next term, but the recommendation brought forward as part of this report is that it goes back to resetting to zero at the beginning of the next term to help replenish the road safety reserves.
Okay, unless you have a project that's already earmarked and it just didn't get completed yet.
Correct.
Okay.
Due to the motion.
Due to
Oh, due to this motion. So
I just wanted to clarify.
Okay.
So
yeah,
The recommendation right now is everything resets.
Right.
With the addition of my motion, your projects that are in progress, the money will be earmarked so you can continue them.
Okay. Okay. No, no, it's good. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to get clarity. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Um, can you? Oh yeah, sorry. I'm reading my own little small notes, chicken scratches as I was listening to the presentation. Can you explain how you're actually going about the ASC replacement program? So like currently I saw a list of projects that are going forward. How exactly is that going to then be implemented? Are you just going to proceed and assume it's all kind of covered at this point?
So through the chair, no, we have submitted an application to the province based on their guidelines of what is permissible and trying to maximize the total amount of money that we can recover. So that includes, like I said, it's also funding things like the adult school crossing guard and the police, but we have also submitted a list of physical projects, paint, the hardwired of the signs and things like that at all of the 84 sites where there was a camera or a camera that was supposed to be installed before the cancellation. We still need approval from the province before we can proceed with those.
Okay.
But we're going to continue on with sort of the consultation where it's required and sort of refinement of sort of some of those designs so that we're ready to proceed as soon as we get that approval from the province, because we also have a small window and especially those that require construction, because the costs have to be incurred, by a specific date. So we don't want to delay. And then so we're moving forward where we can, but we can't physically start implementing them until we've got the approval from the province.
Okay. Okay. That's clear. Thank you. Yeah. Just to manage expectations on that. Thanks. I have a question to the police side. So, so you'd mentioned that, that currently when there's speed enforcement, or previously when there was speed enforcement cameras, we were generating some stream of revenue. So today, if it's enforced from a police officer, is that cost shared with the city or does that go to a different place?
I wouldn't know for sure the financial aspect of how much money goes to the city versus the province. I don't know if it's the same as the speed camera. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, it's okay. I was just curious if it was the same. Does anyone know?
Yeah, through you, Chair. There are some fees that are remitted, victim fine surcharge and whatnot, but a majority of it, good portion does stay with the city.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and so was there any consideration to having that stream of revenue, or I guess assumed there would be more of it to go towards funding this?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. I noted that in the presentation you talk about the fatal collision data and kind of overall saying that we're seeing a reduction, but I just wanted to ask if you could dig in a bit on the rural data. So it's been my understanding that we're seeing increases over. Is that a trend? Can you talk a little bit about what you're seeing in rural?
I'm wondering if I can ask Kathy Kruma to come up to get into sort of more the specifics of the rural trends.
Through you, Chair. Yes, we are monitoring the rural emphasis area through our data collection, and we have seen an increase in the overall 5-year trend. We continue to focus on that emphasis area, and we'll continue to do so through the next iteration of RSAP. We can't really identify at this point in time what's contributing to those numbers because, as mentioned earlier, some of the data overlaps the COVID period when we had different traffic volumes out on the roadway. So it is something that we are monitoring closely.
Okay, so yeah, I was going to ask, like, I know that there's 1.1 million in the plan today. How different is that from the previous years? Like, does this represent a decrease to the rural area, just given that we're seeing more fatal accidents there?
Through you, Chair, as Heidi mentioned earlier, it does decrease the amount of funding going through the particular emphasis area, but we are still pushing ahead on projects that are currently underway. So we have a skewed intersection design that's currently underway. So we're putting funding towards that to keep pushing it ahead. We have previously fully funded another intersection through previous years of our implementation plan. So that location is still under design, but we have full construction funding for it available.
Okay, so I heard, maybe it was on one of the slides, so apologies, but so it went from what to 1.1 million?
Through you, Chair, in the 2025 Road Safety Action Plan, it was 4.8 million, and it's 1.1 million in 2026.
Wow, okay. Okay, I'll just leave it there. I've got many more chicken scratches, but that's what I wanted to hear about. Thank you.
Making sure, got to be sure. Councillor Gower.
Thanks. Just following up on a couple things Councillor Skalsky raised about the implementation of the ASC replacement measures. I guess what I'm still trying to understand, for something like the speed radar boards that are planned for locations, what is the likelihood that we will get approval from the province and have time to install them this year, 2026?
We suspect that the likelihood for something like that is quite high, that they will approve them. We don't unfortunately know when they will approve them. And then the implementation would be subject to, procurement and contractor availability and things like that. But we would be proceeding as soon as practicable.
And have they committed to an approval date?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Some of the measures like speed boards and those things are covered under the initial 4 million that the province has already allocated to the city. So some of those smaller measures we're able to implement much more quickly. So they're likely to be implemented this year, although we still have to go through a full procurement process for those. The approval for the larger projects, more geometric-based projects, the province has indicated a 6 to 8 week turnaround on the approval. So 6 to 8 weeks from now.
Would that give staff time to install speed humps, speed cushions in this calendar year, like before school starts in September?
No.
I think that the process that they've set up and the approval times and the time we need to tender is absolutely ridiculous. We had a car that flipped in Councillor Carr's ward the other day, speeding through an area that could have, anyways. We have someone for the mayor's office here. I hope the mayor's office is following up with the ministry. If we're hearing directly from the premier that he wants speed humps installed, and the issue is an approval process that might not give us enough time to do it in this calendar year, that's something that's, I think, got to be addressed with the ministry. So I really want to see as many alternate measures as possible in school zones before the start of school year and Labor Day.
Through you, Chair, yes, we are working as best we can to make it happen.
Okay, if you can keep council posted on the progress and the application approvals and timelines, we need to stay on top of this. Thanks, Chair.
Certainly.
I think you're echoing everything that's in my head too. So, Councillor Johnson.
I know I'm usually on the left side. It's confusing, but thank you to staff and thank you for the presentation. And thank you to my colleagues for their fabulous questions. When I ran for office, there was kind of two main requests from the College Ward community. It was housing, purpose-built rental housing for, additional supports for people aging out and students. And it was road safety. And this council has done a tremendous job in advancing housing. There has been no shortage of councillors that have been putting their, whole effort into housing. And I think we've come a long way over the 4 years. And so, I really took it upon myself in 2022 to say, road safety is my housing. And I do feel that we deserve at this point to see an additional degree of urgency when it comes to road safety issues in the city of Ottawa. I don't suggest that it's commensurate with housing, but I do believe that there is enough energy at this point for councillors across the spectrum and around the horseshoe to see real more aggressive and bolder decisions to protect people, because frankly, I appreciate the idea that, we're supposed to look at trends and not absolutes, but we did see an absolute number increase in 2024 for fatal and major injuries. So, and we haven't seen the 2025 data yet. But anecdotally, I know there's many counselors around the table who have been at some very serious accidents and injuries, and a recent fatality for someone in my ward as well, just this past week. We need urgency to meet this moment. And I think we're all here to fight for that for you. But what it requires is for us to have a better understanding of what is required. What are the budget pressures? On page 3, we talk about, this loss of major funding requiring an update to a road safety program funding. Second sentence says, reducing. This is not a balance sheet adjustment, what we're doing here. This is a significant change in the forecast for what we can deliver for residents, for road safety. And we want to be able to advocate for you at other levels of government, with our mayor together, to talk about what we need in this next road safety action plan. So I beseech you, we don't need you to tell us how you're going to make it work. We need to have the outcomes achieved. So I want to understand, for the RSAP, help me understand the math, because and maybe you have an understanding of this. So we have a 20% target, right, in reductions, but we also have a 0 fatality goal in 2035. So if we are only reducing, that's sort of, the window is so short. I don't understand how we can get a 20% reduction in the next 2 road safety action plan iterations to get to 0. Is 20% plus 20% not 40%? And that's a gap to 100% by 2035? Can you help me understand that at this point? Are we not out?
The next iteration of the Road Safety Action Plan, through you, Chair, is being developed currently, and that will set the priorities for the next term of council. It'll identify what the contributing factors are to fatal and major injury collisions. It'll identify a suite of countermeasures or interventions the city can undertake in order to help mitigate those specific collision types that we're seeing through the data. It's an evidence-based approach. So with continued effort towards implementing these countermeasures over time, we will move closer to 0, which is the ultimate goal. The 2035 date will depend on how much is invested and how significantly that plan can be rolled out.
So are we all hearing that? So 2035, 0 fatalities by 2035 is a moving target, depending on what this council decides for road safety. And road safety investments are tax supported. Unless you're a fortunate fella, like some of my suburban colleagues who have different road safety standards built out in planned communities, for many of us, we're not seeing the investments unless it's tax supported. So when the province takes away the investment that we needed to reach some of these goals, we need new solutions. And it's going to take all of us talking to our residents about that reality. And I think the residents are demanding a response. So there is an urgency here. If we want to actually hit the targets that we've set, I'm not prepared. I'm not prepared to go to the doors this year and repeat what was just said. I need a different narrative here, and we're all going to work together to get there. We can't do this anymore. And I think staff are demonstrating that they had solutions. They had approaches. Okay? So how do we get back to that baseline? It's the only acceptable way. I'm going to have to get back on the board to talk about the motion, Chair. But I just have another question. I don't know what my time is. I have 2 more questions. So every time the province yanks you around, okay, how do you respond as a staff? You are having to do and undo all of your projects. I'm concerned about your bandwidth, and I'm concerned about the things that we're seeing on a regular basis slide by the wayside. I don't blame you. I think you can tell by my tone. who I'm upset with. But when the province does not allow you to complete your work plan in a given year, where are your resources coming from to fill the gap? Because we also see that for other priorities like housing. They've staffed up in strategic initiatives. We see special projects, people go over to planning. Where's your special projects person? And what do we need to do to get you that?
Great. And we'll get you back on the board and show some passion, please. Show a little energy here. Staff?
Through you, Chair. Special projects are run through individual units. So depending on the project, it's run like the speed zoning policy, let's say, would be run by an individual in the traffic investigations unit, or the road safety action plan update would be run through Kathy's group in the road safety group. There are no individuals identified as a special project person for traffic services. But I think this report and the commitment to retain the 13 staff that are used to deliver our road safety programs, our temporary traffic calming programs and whatnot that are identified in this report indicates a desire to continue to provide the resources necessary to deliver our programs.
Great, thank you. That's great. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Councillor Johnson. I completely agree with you. I mean, last summer I had to attend a vigil of a woman who was killed crossing the street right in front of City Hall. And it is the most devastating thing one can imagine. And I think we need to remember that when we delay fixing our most dangerous intersections, we're increasing the possibility that more people will lose their loved ones. It's really serious. And when there's a clear and present danger in front of us, it makes me deeply sad that right now the reaction is, well, we don't have the funding to fix it, so we're just going to have to prioritize. So it's like we're choosing where it's going to be safe and where it's not going to be safe. So I agree with Councillor Johnson. I think as a council, we need to be more ambitious. And just like we're doing with the supportive housing piece with the motion the mayor put forward saying, let's create a citywide fund to accelerate supportive housing, and then we'll invite the province to the table to join us. I think we need to be doing that with road safety. We need to show ambition, and the funding will come instead of waiting, because waiting means fatalities and it's not okay. I just wanted to zero in on the shocking number on the slide. Am I correct that 83 full-time positions will be cut in the road safety action department due to the loss of automated speed enforcement cameras?
So we're gradually phasing out the administrative resources, and the goal really is to find employment of these individuals within the city. So currently, we have transferred a number of employees or the residual resources to revenue services so they can focus on collections and not only on automated speed enforcement fines, but other infractions. So this additional revenue that they will bring in will help fund some of the shortfalls from the loss of automated speed enforcement.
Okay, can you just tell me what kinds of jobs these people do in these positions that are being lost? 83, everybody. That's a significant amount of jobs, and these are human beings who, if they can't be reassigned, are losing their livelihood. I'm just very interested to hear what they currently do and what we can no longer pay for them to do.
So currently, and not, this is not all resources. Some of them have already been reassigned. They have already found other positions within the city. According to their qualifications, the residual employees have been moved to collection services.
Okay, well, I appreciate you working really hard to ensure there's no actual layoffs of human beings, but
Isn't it the ticket?
so is it the people who are administering the tickets? Like, is that what's not required anymore? I'm just wondering if there's any like significant road safety positions that are being lost, like people who are doing the work to make our community safer, or if it's just people administering the tickets or the positions that administer the tickets.
This is just for administrative staff, not road safety,
Oh, it's not road safety.
related capital work.
Okay, well, in that case, I really do appreciate you trying to find new work for people. But I do think if we're not ambitious and if we don't take a serious look at our willingness to use tax-supported money to fund life-saving interventions at some of these intersections, we're going to be in a bad bad space. And, you know, I just keep thinking last week in Councillor Carr's ward, a car was going so fast in a school zone, it flipped upside down in a school zone. It's only a matter of time before there's a fatality. So we can't change this very wrong-headed policy from the provincial government. But unfortunately, once again, it means we have to step up. So thank you very much to staff for all your work on this, and particularly the data about compliance in those speed zones is really concerning. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that my colleague brought the anger. I'm going to try to stick to just pragmatic questions, but I completely laud her anger. One frustrating point right now that I've got in my head is that 2 days ago we had the Minister of Transport on the hot seat right in front of all of Council. That could have been a fantastic opportunity to put him in front of a microphone and ask some questions. So on the Road Safety Initiatives Fund, I realize you're working with what you got here. And I'm going to ask a lot of questions about that. That funding is limited, it's conditional, and let's face it, our benefactor is also our antagonist here. So I've got a lot of questions about how we can best leverage the opportunity here. So many questions. The data that we have already collected post ASE, the data is obviously already concerning. If and when that data trend continues in a more dangerous direction, have staff been able to establish any kinds of interim thresholds that might trigger some escalation measures at the worst performing sites?
Through you, Chair. No, we have not.
On the subject of school zone safety, when we talk about traffic engineering, traffic enforcement, we talk about the 4 E's: engineering, enforcement, education, evaluation. Given that we lost our most effective enforcement measure, is it too soon to ask what concrete replacement tools would be prioritized specifically for school safety zones in 2026 and beyond?
Through you, Chair, the prioritization for 2026 is to deliver the initiatives under the Road Safety Initiatives Fund, and that will take us through 2027 as well. Any additional traffic calming near schools will be addressed through the update to the Road Safety Action Plan, so recommendations related to that will be included in the next term of council and that report.
Of course. You mentioned in your report that collision data will continue to be monitored at previously equipped ASC locations. Forgive me if the report mentioned this and I just didn't hear it. What's the reporting frequency of that collision data going to be?
Through you, Chair, I believe we have to report biannually to the province in order to do that, but I can clarify that
okay,
for you.
And on that, is that data, how site-specific is or can be that data? And is that data publicly accessible?
Through you, Chair, the requirement is for 500 meters within proximity to the site, the ASC site, the collision data. I'm not, it will be included as part of our regular collision reporting on open data and whatnot. But the summary, around the ASC sites is planned for submission to the province as part of our reporting requirements.
Now, on the Road Safety Initiatives Fund, it has limitations. Limited to former ASC locations, limited must be done by March 31st, 2028. What proportion of Ottawa's highest risk locations are not eligible for safety improvements through that funding because they weren't ASC sites? And whether or not, that's a hard question to ask off the what proportion, but can I just ask, have you identified high-risk areas that you were going to be spending money on projects, but you cannot do because you're handcuffed at former ASC locations?
Through you, Chair. For school sites, we, as part of the ASC program, we did regular data collection at all of the school sites to determine speeding, collisions, whatnot at each of the sites. And we use that to rank and prioritize locations for ASC. So are there safety issues at other sites? Do we know the relative safety issues related to other sites? Yes. but we haven't developed a plan on how to address that since ASC was just removed this past November, but that will definitely be a factor or a consideration when we develop the new road safety action plan and the measures that we'll propose through that.
Thank you. As my colleague said, I'm very gratified that you've achieved a 20% reduction in FMIs. It just shows the value of this kind of work. Obviously, you identify a few trends that are spiking in the wrong direction. Councillor Skalski identified the trend on rural FMIs, the other one being intersections. And I recognize that, yes, there are fewer FMIs at intersections, but the trend is still spiking upwards. It is 51% of FMIs at intersections. With your reduced capital budget, is there a plan? What might be the plan to accelerate intersection-focused measures like protected lefts, signal timing, geometric change?
With the reduced budget, that we are still prioritizing those protected lefts as one of the measures that we want to implement. So we have dedicated money towards that.
So it's not that you can necessarily accelerate that work, but at least you're prioritizing it.
And through you, Chair, there was some additional funding allocated to the new traffic control devices program in 2020, in the 2026 budget, increasing it by $3 million over the previous base budgets, or the typical base budgets for that program. So there is additional investment in intersection modifications through that program in this budget.
Glad to hear it. Thank you very much. I want to move on to the subject of PXOs, but I guess what I'm going to be asking about is flexibility with the Road Safety Initiatives Fund. So the report makes clear RSIF funding limited to ASC locations. We have a lot of warranted pedestrian crossings that cluster just beyond those points. Can staff clarify how many warranted pedestrian crossings near schools fall outside of eligibility for this road safety initiatives funding simply because they're not at specific former ASC sites? Probably a lot.
Through you, Chair, I don't think we have that number. We did cross-reference the ASC sites with our existing warranted PXO sites, and we did identify locations that we could implement through the RSIF funding if it met the criteria of the province.
Okay, if it met the criteria. So because I have, like, there's a long list, and for citywide, in my ward alone, I've got many. It lists them pending funding, pending funding, pending funding. From a safe systems perspective, PXO and other infrastructure like that, they certainly fall within the strategy of what we want to implement. From staff's perspective, would extending RSIF type interventions to warranted PXOs that are immediately adjacent to former ASC school sites, would that be consistent with the safe systems approach that is already guiding the road safety action plan?
Through the chair, we got to recognize too the additional constraint of when the project has to be completed, constructed, and all the cost incurred, and then so therefore it has to be not only within the location constraints, but we have to be able to have a design sufficiently progressed enough that we can meet the timeline constraints as well. And so the projects that were chosen as part of the application are those that are not only located within the location constraints close to the school, but have already progressed significantly enough that we can implement them as soon as we can to meet those timing constraints.
And does that mean that the list of projects that you've recommended would already eat up all of that 23 million?
Yes, through the chair, the application that we have submitted is trying to maximize that 23 million.
Then can I just ask, because I don't know how much flexibility there is in that, it could be theorized that in a school adjacent area, a PXO that was warranted or a raised pedestrian crossing, that could achieve a greater return on investment than a flashy. Would you even have time between now and March 31st, 2028 to pivot away from the menu that the province has given and said, rather than the enlarge in signs, can we pull off one or two more warranted PXOs in a school adjacent area? Would you even have flexibility if you could get that done by March 31st, 2028, which is, it feels like 18 months? would you even have the flexibility to go to the province and say, we want to do a switcheroo and we want to do that?
Councillor Devine, I'll just note you're at time, so staff can respond and then I'll ask you to get back on.
Sorry, I turned it off. Through the chair, there's very limited flexibility. First of all, the large signs and flashing beacons is mandated through the bill 56. So we have to do those regardless. And then with the remaining additional funding that they're providing through RCIF, like I said, we submitted our application with maximizing the full amount with projects that we felt were feasible to be implemented within those timelines and location constraints.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Stanley.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas.
I just have a quick question regarding the 1 million contribution to Ottawa Police. So please correct me. It was mentioned in the presentation. Is that subject to budget approval? So annually we'll be discussing whether or not that contribution stands?
So the contribution will remain until we receive any further direction from council. Through the 2027 budget, it will be the funding for this 1 million contribution will be realigned.
Okay. And so my question then is in regards to that $1 million, was it earmarked specifically for enforcement, road safety, for the and NRT teams to do that kind of work? Or was it for the general coffers?
For this upcoming year?
Just in general.
Well, with the reporting structure that we've built, because there's going to be a cost recovery aspect to the province for this, it's going to be all tracked towards the regular enforcement. So through the road safety unit, through the district traffic officers, and through all the neighborhood resource officers, and also the patrol officers, the locations that we give. So the time spent at each location, the equipment involved for this, the training, the additional training that goes towards speed enforcement. For example, we've just trained 80 new officers for the use of LiDAR radar. So all of this combined is going to be totaling up to the amount that's being given to us.
Okay. Totaling or exceeding, do you think? I'm asking because
Well, it would be exceeding. Yeah, this is just a small part of what we spend towards that. Yeah.
I think that's where I was getting to, is I want us to be honest with ourselves as council, that when police, and I'm putting words in your mouth, so you correct me if I'm wrong, but when you come back to us with budget asks in relation to traffic enforcement, that is going to be expanded because of the reduction of ASC cameras. Your presence will not be, you won't be available to go to every ASC site on every single day during peak periods as schools let in and out. So the demands on your time in general will be oh my God, substantial, forgive me. So I'm just curious in terms of the NRT teams, the teams that are out there are doing great work. And I'm hearing a lot of really good compliments in the East End in respect to their presence just at the start right now as we're starting to see you. Do you anticipate that there will be additional costs and pressures on your teams as you try to fill in that gap that was left by the removal of the ASC cameras?
Yes, there will be. What comes to mind is we're increasing the number of officers into our district traffic positions, and also there's a budget position to grow the road safety unit. With that comes all the additional equipment, the additional vehicles. So all these additional pressures are a substantial cost. In terms of, I can today tell you if it's been already budgeted for the growth. I know the positions are already part of our future budget. But all the additional equipment and stuff like this, I wouldn't be in a position, that question would have to be directed to our CFO.
Okay. I have an odd question. and feel free to, you don't have to speculate if you don't need to. We're almost going back in time, right? We didn't always have ASC cameras. We had various tools. That was new. The province allowed us to do it. We took them up on their offer and now we've gone back. We now know that the numbers, the data is showing us that people are speeding to excessive rates in school zones.
Are we here because we removed the ASC cameras? Was it always anticipated that driver habits were going to lead to these numbers? Are we seeing excessive, breaking of speed limits across the city in all areas? Or is it just that we removed these ASC cameras and folks are saying it's a free-for-all, let's speed in front of a school? I'm being facetious, but it just seems like it's a school zone, folks, slow down. So I'm just curious, are we seeing that this is a change in behavior? Do we anticipate maybe people will ease off on that kind of desire to speed?
Well, I think for the purpose of today, the data that's been presented is to show the specifically at the AAC sites, but speeding happens everywhere in the city. So those cameras alleviated a lot of pressure on us, on the Ottawa Police in terms of enforcement, because then we didn't have to dedicate specific resource to those locations, and it was 24/7. So it was a great enforcement tool, a great deterrent tool. And then we were able to focus on other areas. So now it is an additional challenge for us, because now those locations were identified based on intelligence to say this is where we're going to put the cameras. So obviously those are locations of high impact in terms of speeding that we need to address. So I'm not sure if I'm answering.
It does. And,
your question.
it was a bit of a loaded question, right? And I guess, we're talking about, and don't get me wrong, I very much endorsed having ASC cameras in school zones. One was right in front of my child's school, and we saw a marked difference. And we're talking about putting pressure on the province to either reverse or revisit their decision. We're talking about all the infrastructure pieces we could put in. Maybe there's one more message that I just want to put out there is drivers, slow down. I mean, what's the rush? In particular, in front of school zones. Like, there is some onus on all of us as motorists to not speed in front of children's schools. Seems kind of simple there. So as a municipality, obviously, we're responsible for infrastructure and we need to do what we have to do. And the province has to, well, doesn't have to, but hopefully will listen to us as we work through this. And police have been wonderful partners in terms of the collaborative approach. But at the end of the day, we are all driving in these areas. So folks, let's slow down. I have no further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. We're still in first round, so I'll go to Councillor Ludoff.
Thanks so much, Chair. Listen, I want to thank staff for their work and flexibility in consulting with councillors on the measures being used to replace ASE. At this point, as Councillor Dudas was saying, there's very little value in continuing to debate ASE. It's no longer in place, and our focus needs to be on what comes next. And I think that this report and this presentation shows that staff, have had to pivot quickly, and they've done a really strong job working with us throughout that transition. Context matters. Every school zone is different. You've got ones that are on major arterial roads, ones that are on major collectors, ones that are embedded in neighborhoods. So that context really matters. And when we remove a blunt tool like automated speed enforcement, we need to be far more targeted in how we approach safety. Measures like raised crosswalks and lit PXOs are the kind of measures that can make a real difference, especially on those higher volume streets. Staff have been really accommodating and working with my office to identify what makes the most sense in each location. And if we continue this approach, I'm confident that we can make meaningful improvements to safety in our school zones. And I just wanted to thank staff for the work that they've been doing on that so far. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ludoff. Back to second room, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So just a couple more comments and questions. So one, I was very pleased to see that the decision had been made for the red light camera revenue for all cameras, not just post-2020 cameras, to go into the into the road safety reserve. That was my motion. And along with the work that the police have done to try and draw a better line of accounting for money coming from the road safety action plan to their actions, I think we're now in a very solid place for full transparency on that commitment. Of course, when that motion happened, the idea was that it would actually give a bump in the road safety reserve. And now we're actually seeing that it's filling the deficit, which is not what was supposed to happen, but I'm still going to count it as a good news story. And then otherwise, I'd like to know, are there impacts to our liability as a city when we have all of this data that demonstrates that we're aware of road safety concerns. I mean, I know that joint and several can cause, some concerns, and we have heard from our legal team that litigation is becoming more and more common for the city. So as we have more information and then do not provide mitigations in a timely way, what does that do for our liability as a city?
Chair, hey, as you know, each one of these situations is facts and circumstances, so we can't sort of opine on something that may happen in the future. We'll address each one of those things as they come by and work with staff as those things develop, but at this point, we can't measure that.
Okay. I might suggest that there might be a relationship there. I continue to be concerned that some of our liabilities and the expenses associated with those liabilities come in reports that are separate from our road safety investments. I think that's actually a conversation that councillors could be able to have in a more meaningful way if the data was presented as such. But that being said, just to move to the motion now, there was a written submission from the Qualicum Community Association that I think sort of speaks to the motion. We definitely have a speeding issue in our city, and we do want to see investments made to undo those speeds. But there are many different ways to collect data, and we have seen that even within our own neighborhoods, like the Qualicum group, they've taken a look using data collection that is not the same as the city, and they've been able to demonstrate that maybe that they could get this protected left at Holly Acres and Nanaimo without the big expenses that the city imagines that we might have to do. And so I think that if we sort of use data differently or can explore how data can help us to, ensure that, yes, indeed, safety is the priority, but that it may end up reducing costs. I think that's a worthy exploration. So I appreciate staff's time and the mayor's office time in working through this motion with me. And I hope that I can see my councillors' support.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. And I did forget, I asked about Councillor Troster's motion. Councillor Johnson's motion was also staff supported, correct? Yes, thank you. Just so if anyone was wondering, Councillor Devine again.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I will, I guarantee it. So I had a good, on the issue of what we can and cannot do with speed cameras. Last year, and is it it's Sergeant Grew?
Inspector Marty Grew.
I met, David Hill and I met with Inspector Grew and 2 other members of OPS to talk about measures that we could implement to address stunt driving. I know that that's a different matter, but there were a lot of conversations about what we can and cannot do with automated speed enforcement. But there were also conversations about what in Gatineau and more broadly in Quebec they can do, where they have other avenues. And so this may be a conversation that we'll have to take on later. But based on what Bill 56 prohibited us from doing, we can no longer use those stationary automated speed enforcement cameras. I believe you were mentioning that in Gatineau, they can use mobile cameras where police can be actively involved in the capturing and issuing of fines using those cameras. So whether question to staff or to OPS, I'm not sure. But would the allowance of that kind of technology that may exist in Gatineau, that may not exist in Ottawa, whether or not it is permitted to or not? So I guess a question to you first, and we may just have to follow this later. Are you of the mind that what they can do in Gatineau with their cameras is something that could perhaps circumvent how we're not allowed to use ASE cameras here, so that we might still be able to use automated technology with officer involvement so that we could bring that effective tool back? Do you think there's an avenue for that?
Yeah, just before we go to, we're really going into the delve of, if you don't know, it's provincial legislation. So it's very different, and maybe you want to follow up on that. But if you don't remember the Harris years and what happened there, there was definitely a thing about mobile radar And that's to the province more than anything, but please proceed.
Actually, I was, through you, Chair, I was going to suggest, like, we would have to explore the flexibility in the legislation to see, because I know what they have in place, and from what I've just reviewed, I think the bill is preventing the use of camera that automatically charges an owner of a vehicle without issuing the ticket directly to the driver, if I'm correct, but that would have to be corrected. I think what they have is vans equipped with camera for capturing the vehicles, but it goes still to the owner of the vehicle. But if the van was to be operated by a police officer that can still do what, like when an officer conducts enforcement, they look for a driving behavior that that stands out from the regular flow of traffic. So if they're targeting a vehicle speeding, they are already observing the regular flow of traffic, then they'll focus on the vehicle that separates itself from the rest of the vehicle. So I'd be curious to see if with those vans, if an officer is in the van operating those cameras, if they can still differentiate the behavior that stands out, the speed behavior, without issuing it to the driver itself, but instead the owner of the vehicle. I don't know if that would meet the requirement of the new bill, but definitely something that could be explored, because then that would provide the city and us additional tools to conduct enforcement.
And Chair, I know that I brought that conversation to the Solicitor General when we were talking specifically about stunt driving. They brought other solutions to that problem. Maybe if the province is self-reflective to the fact that it is their bill that has now put us in this position, maybe there's some openness for flexibility on modifying some legislation that may perhaps enable Ottawa Police and all of Ontario to solve this problem in that way. But that's a conversation for later on. Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And I don't see any further questions before everyone goes. I have a couple, and maybe I can get Taffy to comment on it, because I actually know probably far too much about photo radar. And I'm old enough to remember what happened back in the day when Harris got into government. He canceled the mobile program immediately. It was gone. As a matter of fact, I think that's a whole other discussion provincially about having mobile unsigned stations for photo radar, let alone the ones that are signed that tell people where you can actually, you're going to get a ticket, you're in a school zone. Taffy, am I correct on this? Is this provincial legislation? This is outside of a municipal bailiwick?
Yes, Chair, that's correct.
Okay. So on that, it's great. It'd be wonderful, but we are a corporation of the province of Ontario, so we kind of have to live by some other stuff. I want to thank staff. The 8 locations, what's concerning to me on a couple of the things, and I'm glad we're monitoring over the last 4 months, we definitely see the trend. The one that really bugged me a lot was the high-end speeding. Like, just real quickly, can you tell us, when we look at, you see these numbers, you see some of these trolls online, they're like, oh, it's like 5-6 kilometers. No, people are doing like 12 kilometers an hour over in many of these zones just for a basic ticket. But what is the high-end speeding range? Maybe you can kind of summarize that quickly, which we're seeing a higher trend on now too.
Yes, that's right. Through you, Chair, the high-end speeding is defined as 15 kilometers an hour or more over the speed limit.
Yeah, and I think I saw some of the data was dramatically higher than 15 in many of the school zones, and some of it was during the day. So it's quite concerning. To my councillor colleague to my left's point about the car shows, good news. It looks like a lot of the efforts by the City of Ottawa, I just noticed that the car show event people just canceled. They told people, there's too much liability. We're not doing any more of these things. And that's the great effort of our Ottawa Police Service, working in conjunction with the city to make sure we shut some of these down. So please take that back to the amazing officers and folks over at the OPS.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm looking at what we have in front of us today. Obviously, we have a challenge here. I know that some people feel it's simple. We can just get a little shovel out and start building speed humps everywhere. It's not that simple. it requires asphalt. Is that not correct? It requires a lot of work and construction. When we get we could have a giant bag of money on the floor, which is not guaranteed, by the way. It still requires time to be able to source asphalt. Would that be correct?
Correct. It takes time to complete a design first to make sure that we're not, causing undue effects like to drainage or things like that. And then it takes time to put together a contract package that contractors can bid on. And then yes, it takes material and whatnot to actually construct.
Right. Sorry, and asphalt. I know I'll get lit up for not saying asphalt. So you have that aspect of things. Then throw in, I think we're still working on the fact that the boards that were provided to us, they're substantially heavier. They're not like what we're used to, which is, all municipalities use nice aluminum ones for a reason. These are massive. They're like marine board. They're very, very heavy. So they require us to actually pour a base and put them on some kind of steel pole so we don't get sued when they fly off. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so there's a lot of work involved. It's not quite that simple. Throw into the mix, did they finalize things on how we're going to deal with the flashing lights? Because the flashing lights are going to stop everybody. If the signs don't, the lights got them. Have they finalized, are we allowed to use solar in certain areas? Is it now on both sides of the road? Because obviously this is another aspect of things that we have to look at. Have they spoke to us about that? Do we have a final, or are they still going back and forth on this?
Mr. Chair, the provincial authorities will be providing solar paneled flashing beacons for one sign in each direction on the approach to the school.
Great. And when you say they're providing,
Yes.
do we source those, or is the province of Ontario, like the Marine Board signs, shipping them to us?
They will be shipped to us.
Wow. I got to get into the solar panel flashing beacon business these days. So that being said, it's not as simple as it sounds. And anyone that comes at me and says, oh, he's still waxing on about automated speed enforcement, we know the ship has sailed. We know that. Now we're dealing with the reality that we have to figure out how to get all this asphalt, how to put it down, how to put in lights, and do it in very short order while we already had a plan, while we see increasing speeding and trying to find solutions as quick as we can. So thanks to staff, because the ground keeps changing all the time. So ship has sailed. We're moving along. We're going as quick as we can. I think we know there's big challenges when you have speed humps. So we want cushions. 4-lane roads are almost impossible. Emergency services, police services, people on a paramedic, on a paratransport vehicle that have oxygen machines, they don't want to go over bumpity bump all the time, and it creates a big challenge. So we have to use them on side streets. So obviously we're getting a plan together now where we're looking at those targeted side streets. But there's a massive cost. And I think we're really concerned about that being picked up as well. So when you talk about like speed cushions, for example, or a raised intersection, how much is like a raised intersection? I know I'm getting one, thank God, but they're pretty expensive, right?
Correct. It can be quite expensive for a raised intersection compared to something else like a speed hump or speed cushion, because you now start getting into fixing up all 4 corners and the drainage, and how far back do you have to sort of reintegrate it into the rest of the road? How many catch basins do you now have to relocate because you've completely changed? So it's hard to give a cost per raised intersection that can vary very significantly depending on the context. Is it a local street, or is it a different street? But they can cost upwards of 50 to 100, 150 grand depending on the location.
Yeah. And I don't think people realize that. I saw on Google I can get a plastic speed bump and I can just staple it into the road. And it's like, well, it's $5 grand. No, it's not. We got to engineer these things to make sure cars aren't bottoming out, or we're going to be sued. There's lots of different challenges. So it's not as simple as it. So if anyone's listening, we're not talking about cameras anymore. We're talking about the reality that's in front of us. And we're just going to move ahead and figure out how we can achieve this. But it's up to the province to show us the money. They made this decision. They could figure it out. So that's my diatribe for the day. So on that, I think we'll move along on this item. So we, on Councillor Troster's motion that's accepted by staff, is that one carried? Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Johnson's motion also approved by staff, is that one carried? And on the main motion itself, is that carried and received? Thank you. All right, that was fun. So we'll move on to the next item onto the agenda. Oh, and carry the item as amended. I have to say it that way. Is that carried? Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Marcella, for keeping me in line. Now we'll move along to the next item on the agenda. Okay, so we'll go right to the IPD. And at this point, I believe we have so I think we have 4 speakers, 4 delegations coming in. 5 delegations coming in today. We'll just go right to the delegations right out of the gate on this one. So Aaron Thornell. Oh, Aaron's in person. IRL. Great. Thank you. Have you been to committee before by chance, Aaron? Oh, even better. Yeah. So you know the procedure. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, folks. I know it's been a long and heavy morning already, so I'll try to keep it brief. I'm here on behalf of the Ottawa Climate Action Fund, where I'm the manager of programs and operations. OCAF, and you can go to the next slide. As many of you may know, is a nonprofit focused on greenhouse gas emissions reductions and community benefit in the Ottawa community. I want to focus my comments today in support of the bike share, focusing on economic development opportunities as well as how a bike share integrates with Ottawa's ambitious housing-friendly policies and plans, as well as our other various master plans and procedures. Next slide, please. So OCAF has been part of the working group around bike share for the better part of 3 years. In collaboration with EnviroCentre, who you'll hear from in a few delegates, we conducted a preliminary feasibility study in 2024. This sort of did a bird's eye view of other systems across North America and also looked at Ottawa's history with bike share. Subsequently, we contributed $25,000 to the current feasibility study that's in front of you today. And we were participants in the working group alongside EnviroCentre, as well as City of Ottawa staff, NCC staff, and Ville de Gatineau staff, as well as the advocacy group Mobio. Next slide, please. So to focus in on the ways in which bike share supports city building. First and foremost, I think it's important to note bike share really helps unlock the value of transit-oriented development. The proposed service area encompasses 16 rapid transit stations in Ottawa, and in doing so dramatically expands the catchment area of each O train and LRT stop, wherein a 5-minute walk reaches about 400 meters. A 10-minute bike ride allows you to reach a distance of 2 kilometers. Therefore, really growing those areas that are in very close proximity to our growing rapid transit system. And this ultimately means a lot more housing can be built in slightly further afield from those LRT stations, but still be considered sort of transit oriented. Furthermore, it obviously makes car-free or car-light living more viable in our already dense neighborhoods. So as as the city plans to intensify along primary corridors and urban nodes, new residents who are often finding themselves in smaller units may not have space for personal bike or secure storage. However, bike share removes that barrier, making active transportation much more accessible. It also supports Ottawa's 15-minute community vision, which is very firmly defined in our official plan. According to the 2022 Origin Destination Survey, a quarter of trips in Ottawa are under 2 kilometers, and the median trip distance is approximately 3.5. And this is squarely within the range that bike share users often are using to make up. A well-placed network of stations transforms everyday errands into bikeable trips and gives the life to the 15-minute neighborhood concept across the inner urban areas. It also reinforces the City of Ottawa's Transportation Master Plan, 50% target of sustainable mode share. Don't really need to expand on that. I think it speaks for itself. And finally, it's worth noting it also reduces parking pressures for new developments with, of course, the new zoning bylaw and changes to development plans and procedures and the lifting of minimum parking requirements. This really, bike share really allows, is an intentional tool to justify reduced parking minimums in new developments, in particular near rapid transit. And it allows us to build more units for the same footprint. And of course, from a climate perspective, helps to lower embodied carbon by avoiding the need for parking lots and parking garages. Next slide, please. Oh, and actually, I'll just stay on this slide for one moment. The graph on, or the table, I should say, really illustrates, I think, the business case, right? When we think about a destination like Lansdowne, you know, it's, as you can see, roughly a 30 to 45-minute walk from the closest LRT stations. Bike share or bike transit travel makes that a 10 to 15-minute trip. So really entrenches accessibility to major events, centers, tourism destinations, and I'll speak a bit more to that on the next slide. Next slide, please. So the other angle that I wanted to highlight here is how bike share is a support to the city's economic development ambitions. Worth noting, the Ottawa Board of Trade specifically advocated for bringing back bike share in their downtown revitalization strategy and the Downtown Ottawa Action Agenda.
Just your time is up, but
Sure.
You do have a counselor asking a question, Councillor Troster.
Yeah, hi, thank you so much for this report. I've had a chance to use bike shares in Montreal and in Toronto. My brother lives downtown. He has a bike and he doesn't take it with him that often because it's so flexible to be able to bike one way, subway home, or take a cab. So I'm a big fan. Now, I know that what the report is advocating is an upfront city investment. And I'll have lots of questions for other delegates and for the authors of the report and for staff about, you know, why previous attempts have failed, but it seems obvious that it was because there wasn't city investment in the program. Now, it does sound like an expensive upfront cost. It's about $10 million. My question, yeah, for the capital investment piece, but I was wondering if you could speak to how programs like Bike Share save the city money over time, because this is one of these examples where I think an upfront investment will reap rewards, certainly in terms of transit use, but I'm just wondering if you have any data on that from other cities.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's worth noting that upfront costs, the proposed plan coming out of the feasibility study process was a shared cost between the City of Ottawa as well as Gatineau and the NCC. And I know those other two partners, while not here today to speak to their thoughts on this, do have fairly strong support. There's also likely or potentially funding available from other senior levels of government that might be able to be pulled down for this. But in terms of your question about sort of economic uplift, certainly, I mean, bike share goes a long way towards supporting our existing transit investments, which I think is a pretty critical and fairly, I guess, a sensitive area for the City of Ottawa at this point in time. You know, worth noting that bike share serves to complement those existing investments and really connect folks with that last mile or first mile opportunity. So there's an opportunity for the investment in bike share to have positive uplift on transit user fees and revenues in that sense. There's also an associated cost of doing nothing. You know, we looked at some of this in the feasibility study, but certainly, you know, things like congestion, you know, avoided trips, untaken trips, lost revenue through tourism, like these are all reasons why, or these are all maybe missed opportunities that Ottawa is lacking without a bike share system. So those are a few things. And then there's some direct job creation opportunities as well, of course. But yeah, I hope I've addressed your question.
Thank you. Do you know of any jurisdictions that are combining a bus pass with a bike share membership? Like, is anyone doing that?
It's a really good question. I don't off the top of my head. I might, I'll look to my
Okay.
fellow delegates from Enviro Center who might be able to speak to that.
Cool.
But,
I just think it's a really good idea, right? Like if you pay
certainly.
as your last mile solution and to have it integrated. Because I know, I live right downtown, but it is a solid 20-minute walk to the nearest LRT station because of
Mhm.
where I'm located. And if I could just dock and undock and it would be a game changer for me. It would actually get me on the LRT more. So
Yep.
thank you. Anyway, I appreciate your delegation and I think the report is really exciting. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for coming out today. And before
Thank
I
you.
go to the next delegation, I'm going to get Councillor Devine on behalf of Councillor Menard to read in, I guess it was, there was a couple, now they've got it down to one. So giddy up.
Great, thank you, Chair. Reading this on behalf of Councillor Menard, but his office and mine worked on this. Whereas bike share systems increase transit connectivity, mobility options for residents, and support the city's efforts to encourage cycling as a space-efficient, healthy, sustainable mode of travel. And whereas since 2023, there is new information about bike share that is relevant for Ottawa, including the Bike Share in Ottawa-Gatineau initial report, Transportation Association of Canada report on shared micro-mobility services in Canadian communities, and the Ottawa-Gatineau Bike Share Feasibility Study. And whereas staff have prepared a memo to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee that summarizes the new information, and whereas the feasibility study suggests pursuing a publicly supported bike share system using docked bikes for an initial rollout and could offer a number of advantages in terms of fleet deployment, parking, program continuity, and user affordability. And whereas staff will benefit from taking the time to assess options and potential partnership opportunities to present to the next term of council, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to develop a capital and operating funding strategy for a bike share system in Ottawa, considering the findings from the feasibility study and the results of the additional assessment. And be it further resolved that as part of this work, staff pursue funding discussions with the National Capital Commission and identify possible grant opportunities in order to reduce costs to the municipality. And be it further resolved that staff report back to Public Works and Infrastructure Committee by Q1 2027 with recommendations for implementing a bike share system in Ottawa to enable a bike share system to be launched as early as possible in the next term of council, subject to council approval. Thank you, Chair. I'll let you get back to delegates. I'll provide framing remarks later on.
Great. And I'm certain there'll be questions to staff. Xavier. Thank you very much, Xavier. Scythe, is that how you pronounce the last name? Wonderful. You have 5 minutes. I'll give you a 30-second timeout. You love the vibe you got going on here. That's good. All right. So I'll get you just to turn on your microphone. And when you start talking, at that point, we'll go ahead and start the timer. Great. Thanks, Xavier.
So just first to respond to, Truster's not, darn it. I was going to say, one example of a combined card system would be the climate card in Seoul, where you can use your transit card as your unlock card for the e-bikes and e-scooters. But more broadly, to address my submission, I also submitted a written report that folks can read and may have already read. But today I'll be advocating for a dockless system, which is a very unpopular opinion, but based on my experiences on living in Seoul and living in Montreal, I believe it is a superior system. So first of all, if you can imagine driving to a doctor's appointment, right? And you get there and the parking garage is full and you are going to be late for your doctor's appointment. And this is the problem that anybody using Bixby in Montreal during a high capacity time of day, you're faced with. You end up having to park your bike 3 blocks away. You end up late for your appointment and the whole experience sucks. And it, in my opinion, drives people away from actually using the bike share. It also suffers from the last mile problem where you're never able to get your bike to your apartment to drop off your groceries. There's accessibility concerns, there's equity concerns, and even concerns in terms of transferring between different modes. So transferring to a bus, you have to have a bus stop next to each dock. Beyond that, every dock costs $9,000. And that adds up very quickly. You also have to be able to design the dock system in advance. So you have to guess where ridership is. You can't adapt accordingly. Dockless systems can also preload bikes in specific areas. So if there's a big event at Lansdowne, you could put a ton of bikes there in advance, for example, whereas a dock would be capped at a certain amount. Additionally, in terms of just overall fiscal cost and maintenance and social cost, docks take up parking spaces, they take up patio spaces, they require specialized equipment to be lifted up for snowplows. So I'm essentially a vote for a dock-based system is a vote for a more expensive one, a clunkier one that takes up patios from small businesses, one that takes up parking spots, whereas a Seoul-style dockless system that uses cameras for enforcement of parking, so people cannot park them in the way or they'll be banned from the system entirely, is a modern tech-forward way to execute this vision based on demand. So you can't just leave them everywhere. You will be banned, you will be punished. So that concern is addressed. Additionally, the technology since our initial dockless system 15 years ago has advanced considerably. You can look at global cities around the world that use dockless systems. Unfortunately, this report neglects to look at global cities. It only looks at local nearby cities in North America. And in my opinion, we should be learning from cities like Seoul, where I lived in the suburbs and could access these dockless systems, rather than learning from cities like Hamilton, Ontario. We want to be a G7 capital. So in terms of both cost, ease of use, avoiding clunkiness, and in terms of addressing that concern via camera enforcement of parking, not blocking the street, it is my belief that a docked-based system is superior. I've also included a potential funding model that is zero cost, that's based on a mandate for the existing e-scooter providers. So e-scooter providers like Lime already offer bicycles in other jurisdictions like Atlanta and Seattle and a few jurisdictions in Europe. So if council was looking to do a bike share program at low or zero cost, we could look at using a mandate for these existing providers, or at least as a pilot project before the city engages in a public system. Yeah, that's any general summary.
Yeah, and you're going where my head's going, and I'll have very similar questions to staff. We don't know each other, right? Like, this is just weird. I thought you were coming in to speak about docking systems, so this is kind of interesting. I'll have a couple questions at the end, but I'll go to Councillor Troster first, and then Councillor Devine.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your delegation, although it is kind of putting the cart before the horse, because first we have to, commit to the project. And I'm very excited about the motion that was put forward today. But if I'm not mistaken, Toronto and Montreal both have docked systems, correct?
Yes. So,
okay, so which cities have?
Sorry, Councillor. He was just.
No, I apologize. And which cities?
Please continue on.
Yeah, so leading global capitals like Seoul, like Tokyo, like these major cities, I've lived in Seoul, have chosen primarily to use dockless systems. Now, there are some issues of a lot of companies competing. So several companies each having their own bikes filling up streets. And that is, often attributed to, it's because it's dockless. No, it's because there's 7 different companies with 7 different colors of bicycles, right? So generally, if you look at global cities, as opposed to being kind of that myopic view of locally. So the report looks at cities like Hamilton, Ontario, which to me is not a global city. No offense to Hamilton, it's, and we really should be looking at these global centers, and we should be trying to be better than Montreal. I lived in Montreal for 3 years, and I gave up on doing errands with Bixi because I didn't want to walk 3 blocks with heavy groceries. And I love bikes, but we need to address that Ottawa is not a bike city. It is a city the size of Tokyo. And the idea of building a dock network at $9,000 per dock that covers the whole city year round, it has taken over a decade for Bixi to be expanded to suburbs. I lived there and I couldn't get to my friends in the suburb. And a dockless system would have preemptively addressed that, preemptively addressed the weather-related concerns of snow removal. And there's unfortunately a lot of fear around this idea of them cluttering the sidewalk, but global cities like Seoul and Tokyo have solved that. And it's a solution that we should be taking a look at, in my opinion.
Okay, I appreciate your delegation. I'm still skeptical because I've seen the impact of dockless scooters, and even with all of the surveillance monitoring, it still presents a huge.
Have you been to Seoul? Have you been to any of these Asian cities? With all due respect.
Let me finish.
Sorry. We don't allow for debate.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
Do you have anything further, Councillor?
Yeah. So just we may be physically the size of some of these cities, but we are much, much less dense. So anyway, I appreciate the delegation. Thank you very much.
This is why we have democracy. We can have differing opinions, but we have to allow people to complete their sentences. So, Councillor Devine.
Hello. Thank you, Chair. Hey, that was a good catch on your part to go back and say, not that I was knocking Hamilton, because when you said, rather than cities like Hamilton, that sounded like a pejorative to me. But hey, what I appreciate about your delegation is I never, I like to quote my colleague, Councillor Johnson, I love the expression that I hear her say often about, taking the wisdom in the room. And the wisdom in the room obviously, involves public delegates. The wisdom in the room also involves, the feasibility study that we're looking at, staff's expertise or other experts. And I don't ever enter into any process. I like to enter eyes wide open. So I appreciate any conversation that will point us towards, take a look at everything before you make a recommendation. So I like that. I also thank you for making reference to, you made reference to a program where there might be a city that has a combined transit and micromobility pass.
Yes, so Seoul uses the climate card, which is a combined transit micromobility pass. And it's the same, basically your monthly transit pass includes access to these bikes and e-scooters.
Great, because that has been a question that people have been looking at when it comes to bike share, to see it as an extension of transit. And among all of the models that I hope may be considered, the involvement of OC Transpo is something that I certainly think can and should be considered. Now, even though I welcome, your suggestion to consider all things, I just want to push back on a comment you made twice, where you were saying, like, rather than walking 3 blocks. And while I understand that convenience is always a value, it is that same position, rather than walk 3 blocks, which is why this council in this city often leads towards a policy of, well, we got to have parking everywhere, rather than walking 3 blocks. I think we have to stop saying, rather than walking 3 blocks as a bad thing. Like, look at me, buddy. Like, why do we have to say rather than walking 3 blocks is a bad thing? I should not be following that advice. So I think all I want to say there is, rather than consider that bikes at a dock may be a bad thing inherently, also consider anything that advances, let it be resolved that we never walk 3 blocks. Because broadly and largely, the city has goals towards being a healthy city. And those last 3 blocks might be the thing that turns me from this into this. So thank you very much for your delegation.
Well, there's some theatrics here at times, but I did want to and before you go, I'm kind of the same mind as you. I didn't anticipate you to come speak today. I was kind of odd. So that being said, I think there'll be questions to staff. I haven't been to any of these places. I don't think taxpayers would let me fly there. It'd be fun. But I do like the climate card idea. I think there's a lot of opportunities on that. And especially if there's a way to be able to do things in conjunction with maybe Presto in the future, or combine systems like that, that might be great. So I think there's a lot of work that we could look at.
To add to that, again, like, one of my opinions is we should try to do better than Montreal, and Montreal does not have that combined system. So having a combined card like that would really make Ottawa shine as an example to other cities if we were able to execute on that, like with Presto. So that's very, very true.
Yeah, and when it comes to the dock list thing, I'll save my questions for staff, but I did appreciate that, because I think to be able to execute a dock list plan, we can do like that using Canadian companies that are already in place. And we've seen the unfortunate situations of places like Montreal and Toronto, where they start off with some seed funding, but then it quickly escalates. I think we've seen that. And even places like Vancouver that used to go full dock stations have pivoted away from it because it becomes a challenge. I'll save those questions for staff, but I want to thank you for coming out and delegating today.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Our next delegation, no stranger to this place, is William Bengis.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Great. Thanks very much. And thanks to the committee for hearing my delegation on behalf of Ecology Ottawa. So in one sense, this report is, of course, welcome. It shows us how eminently feasible bike share is in Ottawa and many of its attendant benefits. But in a broader context, it has us wondering, why another report? As the staff report accompanying outlines, we've received reports on bike share in 2021, 2024, 2025, and now the present feasibility study. And we've also seen bike share deployed with great success in peer cities, as mentioned, like Toronto, Montreal, Quebec City, Hamilton, and so on and so forth. So we're left wondering, what's the holdup? When will we actually see the step we know that we should take? Now, the consequences of the city's delay on adopting bike share are real, as a previous delegate mentioned. We would have greatly benefited from bike share in January when 1 in 10 bus trips were canceled. Or a little further back when New Ways to Bus rolled out last May and people needed to adapt to the new routes and to fewer overall bus hours. Or even when the LRT first opened, even further back, when bus routes downtown were removed, of course, the very location where bike share would be first deployed. The point is that bike share offers resilience, and our transportation system has recently shown how unresilient it is. Looking at staff's recommendation on this report, their intention to, quote, carry out additional review of cost considerations and system types, public versus private, and develop a funding and rollout strategy, end quote, suggests that they're considering bike share the wrong way. The feasibility study cites the cost as minimal, around $20 million over 5 years, including upfront capital costs and operations. Just for some perspective, let's compare this expense to a few other recent transportation-related expenses. I'll take the Earl Grey Underpass in Canada, $28 million. Airport Parkway widening, $89 million. Greenbank widening, $56 million in this year's budget alone. And the list goes on. And of course, we know that projects often increase in cost. Each of these projects that I mentioned, and again, many more I could mention, at best offer a localized reduction of travel times for cars. Moreover, we know from the phenomenon of induced demand that this reduction will be temporary and that we're only ultimately adding more cars to an already strained system. In this light, the city should be leaping at the opportunity to implement the bike share system. What other $20 million investment over 5 years would provide affordable and accessible mobility over a 30-kilometer squared area while also easing car traffic? And in fact, it gets better. A 2025 study by the European Institute of Innovation and Technology estimated a 10% return on investment from bike share when you account for the environmental, health, and economic benefits. The city really should go all in on bike share, minimizing the cost to those riding the bikes since everyone else benefits from bike share. And the 260 people who signed our petition with Bike Ottawa also agree. Speaking of environmental benefits, I would be remiss to not mention some directly ecological aspects. Last September, we learned that emissions from transportation in Ottawa have increased from 41% to 44% of all community emissions. A few months earlier, while discussing Phase 4 of the Transportation Master Plan, city staff shared revised modal share projections, whereby we're abandoning the official plan's commitment to shift to sustainable transportation. Should we be surprised, given the slow pace of cycling infrastructure rollout and our massive investments in car infrastructure? Of course, bike share can help. Operational emissions from bike share are almost nil, and roughly 30% of trips in Ottawa are 2 kilometers or less, well within biking range. A bike share system, is low-hanging fruit. We also learned last September that our urban tree canopy is slowly decreasing. Our approach to transportation projects isn't helping. We're paving everything over. In terms of moving humans, the goal of a transportation system, after all, bikes require much less space, leaving more space for trees and biodiversity. In closing, the feasibility study observes that a viable system, quote, can be procured and launched in spring 2027, and that it, quote, provides the necessary information to progress the project. So then what are we waiting for? Thank you.
Great, very concise. Oh, Councillor Trosper.
Hi, thanks, William. I believe that Ecology Ottawa was involved with a petition with Bike Ottawa related to bike share. I'm just wondering if you could let us know what you were advocating for and whether you think the recommendations, certainly in Councillor Devine's motion or in this report, help advance what you were asking for.
Yeah, thanks very much for the question. We had a number of demands or requests, recommendations in this petition. Again, I'll mention 260 folks so far have signed it. So we wanted to have both standard and electric assist bikes available, and for the system to be year-round and to be a station-based system. I can get into the benefits of each aspect here. We wanted to ensure that the service area extended beyond the downtown core and particularly privileged equity-deserving neighborhoods. We asked for integration with OC Transpo, both bus and O-Train, as well as major institutions. We can think of universities, for example. We asked for collaboration with Gatineau and, of course, the NCC to make sure that the system was seamless and regional. Almost there. We asked for substantial municipal financial support to make sure it's affordable for those biking using the system. And then we asked for an expansion in subsequent phases. So, relative to the motion that we saw a moment ago flash on the screen, I think two things in particular stick out. One is the timeline that we're asking for in this petition. We and the authors of the feasibility study think that this can be done by 2027, next year, Q1 next year. And there's no need to delay. We've done, a number of studies already. And then the second key aspect is that public financing. Really, we need to stop thinking about this as an expense and really as an investment. We've got that data from 2025 showing a significant return on investment. We know our transportation system is in crisis. We go from week to week. If it's not bus shortages, it's spalling and fewer cars on the LRT. So we need to really think of this as a boon and a very cheap addition to our transportation system.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And as I said to the previous delegate, I think conversations about the ins and outs of what the system could look like and how it operates will come when staff come back with a proposal, assuming this motion passes. I think they need to take the results of this study and then recommend something to us. But I appreciate all the background work that you've done on this and your engagement with the public. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And just before you leave, William, so staff will go out and do their research. The previous speaker brought up the dockless, knowing it could take, you're not opposed to dockless?
We ask in the petition for dock full, a dock-based system. It's a bit more predictable. Of course, there's a bit of a political issue. I know with the e-scooters, there's frequently a problem of them being left on sidewalks, which, as we know, are too narrow to begin with. And that doesn't build support for a system. I think with the kind of bike unavailability issues, you're going to have that actually with dockless systems as well. Jurisdictions like Toronto, I know they've got workarounds for it. I've seen it in Montreal as well, that they can replenish bikes according to kind of the waves of transportation patterns. So yeah, we certainly support the dock-based system.
Okay, so you're not in favor. You're against dockless.
Yeah, definitely docks preferably.
Okay, and it will take longer to be able to implement a dock station. Obviously, there's a lot of cost. If I was to say we could roll out with our Canadian provider, Bird, or whoever it is that we already have agreements with right now to start a dockless immediately next season, you wouldn't be in favor of that?
It's a good question. Another aspect I think that's worth considering is our waterways through the city and how important those are from a transportation standpoint too. So, I was in Berlin, they have dockless there. And of course, these bikes have a way of finding their way into waterways. So in Berlin's case, they just have a zone around the waterways that you can't take these bikes on. So if we applied that thinking to Ottawa, that would mean that, for example, the canal and its great kind of corridor for biking that it represents.
Yeah, sorry, I just to get back to it.
Sure.
Sorry, the question was, so would you be opposed to rolling out a dockless one that could be done next year? That's all I was looking at. We can get into the canal swimming of bikes and scooters some other time, but I'm looking for your position. You've made it clear Ecology Ottawa is against dockless. Where do you fall on rolling out a dockless next year versus waiting a couple of years?
I would need a little bit of time to think about that. There's a lot more factors I think to consider. How many years would it take to do a dock-based system?
And we'll
happy to get back to you.
Sure. Yeah, we'll have those questions to staff, but I think Ecology Ottawa's made their point. Thank you.
Thank you.
William O'Brien.
Hello, councillors. Thank you so much for taking the time, especially because it's been a bit of a marathon. So I just wanted to, of course, advocate for bike share systems. And my main experience with bike share is Bixie in Montreal, and it's fantastic. I go there every year for about a week, and my wife and I just like bike from cafes to restaurants to museums to parks. And it's a total game changer because so many of those amenities are just a little bit too far apart to walk. Transit kind of adds up, Uber adds up, and it's often not point to point. In Montreal, you basically look in any direction, and at least in the core, but to some extent in the suburbs, and you see a station. It's quite predictable. The app's amazing. And I think it's about $20 a month. I get the monthly rate because for a week of unlimited biking, 45 minutes at a time, it's fantastic. So I wanted to address two main things from the report. And just generally, one is cost and the other is the geography, because I can sort of anticipate some of the questions here. So on the cost side, as William said, this is not a lot. He gave some examples of other things we've spent a lot more money on. I wanted to add to that list. So we heard, I think about 2 weeks ago from the mayor that $20 million is a rounding error. In the previous term, we spent, or we agreed to spend $10 million on cost overruns for the new library parking. So that's not the total cost of parking. That's literally just the overrun. And meanwhile, Transport Canada estimates every death resulting in a vehicle collision cost society $8 million. So I'm not suggesting that a bike share system is going to eliminate deaths, but it's one step towards shifting the modal share towards vehicles that are not readily, every month killing people. On the geographical scope, I know the report suggests 30 square kilometers, mainly concentrated in the core. And understandably, some rural and suburban councillors might hear, oh, this is not going to serve my constituents. But I would say actually it probably will serve them the best. As someone living downtown, yeah, I'll often use my own bike. If you're living on the LRT line, but you want to go somewhere downtown, it's going to be quite inconvenient potentially to get to places. Well, the bike share system lets you achieve that last mile. And I think the way Ottawa's laid out, there's a lot of hotspots like the market and the core and Westboro and Lansdowne. These are all a little bit too far to walk from one to the other. And this, I say this as someone who likes to walk. Biking is really enjoyable. It's the perfect way to get between these hotspots. And so it's a great way to get people, tourists or even people in Ottawa, spending money locally rather than being like me and going to Montreal to have fun. As someone who's downtown, I would love a bike share system as well, because one of my fears is that my bikes will get stolen. The reason I have a bike on the wall in my office here is that I'm scared to leave bikes outside. And so one of the huge benefits to bike share is reducing the fear of theft. You basically park it and then that's it. So I just want to wrap up and say, I think bike shares are a lot like this dream of driverless cars where they drive to you automatically, and you just hop in without having to worry about parking, except without the cost, congestion, and fear of theft. It allows for spontaneous transportation. Whether you're a tourist or someone in Ottawa, bike share is fantastic, and it will reduce the number of cars on the road, which is good for everyone, even for drivers, especially for drivers. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Liam. It's my son's name, so I don't know why I called you William, but anyway, nonetheless, Councillor Troster.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you so much for mentioning the bike theft issue because, fun fact, my ward, Somerset Ward, has the lowest rate of car ownership, but it also has the lowest rate lowest rate of bike ownership, which leads me to believe that the theft issue is quite profound in people's decision whether to buy a bike, and also storage in small apartments, like getting it up and down, not having a place to put it. So I do think that's really an important argument, because I think there's the number of people who have told me, well, I've had my bike stolen 3 times, I'm not bothering anymore, or they don't have a place to put it and they're scared it's going to be stolen, and that's actually having a huge impact on their mobility. So I just wanted to thank you for that point.
Great. Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions. Next delegation, Cassie Smith.
Good morning, Chair, Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here on behalf of EnviroCenter, a nonprofit social enterprise committed to climate solutions that work in the real world. Bike share is one of those solutions. EnviroCenter supported this recent bike share feasibility study in collaboration with the City of Ottawa, the City of Gatineau, the National Capital Commission, the Ottawa Climate Action Fund, and Mobio. Through this feasibility study, we learned that the most successful bike share systems are publicly backed. A publicly backed system means that the city will cover some of the capital and ongoing costs to set up, manage, maintain, and expand the network. Revenue for the system comes from user fees and sponsorship. In peer cities like Toronto, Montreal, Hamilton, and Quebec City, bike share receives municipal funding to ensure that the cost per trip is affordable for users, which contributes to higher ridership. The annual membership for a publicly backed system is typically around $100, so $100 a year for bike share. In a private system, that's usually about $1,000 a year. So that has a really big impact on how people choose to use it. Municipal funding in those cities also ensures that the stations and bikes are placed in the areas of the city that need them, not just in the locations that will generate the most revenue for a for-profit business. And that system lasts over time and doesn't just disappear. One day it's there and the next it's not, and we don't even know why. Successful nonprofit bike share operators like Bixi, which is rapidly expanding across Quebec, have shown that publicly backed systems lead to higher ridership and meet community needs. In 2023, EnviroCenter spoke to over 20 stakeholder groups, including universities, Okobia, OSEG, Ottawa Community Housing, Tourism Ottawa, and others. We heard firsthand that they want bike share in the region to complement transit, support intensification, contribute to affordability, provide low carbon transportation options, and attract tourists, talent, and events. They also said that the system needs to be affordable, equitable, sustainable, and a part of our transportation network. The only way to do that well is through municipal investment and a publicly backed system. We know here in Ottawa that we need to get people moving. Bike share supports and complements transit. The O Train has really changed how transit works in Ottawa. It's a major city building project, but there are still gaps in getting people where they need to go, especially those segments of trips called the first or last kilometer, or kilometers. When rapid transit is nearby, but not quite near enough to make it quick and efficient. This challenge in getting to transit is one of the reasons that the city subsidizes and provides often free park and ride spots for people to use. One of the other delegates gave the example of Lansdowne, but another really compelling example here is people that are coming into the city and work at some of the government buildings and other locations in Gatineau. They have to take the train, get off, make a connection or a really long walk. And having bike share would be a seamless way to get faster to their location. According to the North American Bike Share and Scooter Share Association, across North America, 18% of all shared micromobility trips are taken to connect with transit. Bike share is also available on demand and 24/7, making it easier to travel at times when there is less transit service. And as another delegate mentioned, it provides redundancy. If a bus is canceled or the train is down, some people could choose to hop on a bike wherever they are in their journey and keep moving or get to another route. And that would also lessen the pressure on replacement bus service and just generally make it easier for people to choose transit. we think that this is a strong plan. It would connect people to 17 rapid transit stations, 4 post-secondary institutions, 8 business improvement areas, 15 equity priority neighborhoods, and across 5 interprovincial bridges. People need affordable mobility options now. Gas prices are volatile, parking pressures are high, transit-oriented development is underway, and the 2030 emission reduction targets are looming. Ottawa needs bike share. We encourage you to support staff in moving forward with next steps to make this happen. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Enviro Center, not just for delegating, but for, if I understand correctly, for finding the funding to cover the cost of this feasibility study, if not all of it or the lion's share. So thank you very much for doing that, because you may very well have, enabled a process that can, put the city in a great place when it comes to achieving our broad official plan and transportation goals. I appreciate the comment from my colleague, Councillor Tierney, from Chair Tierney, about, let's get this done as fast as possible. I remember Councillor Menard and I had, asked multiple questions. Hey, can't wait to get this feasibility study. Where's the report? Where's the report? We finally got it. I look at the cover page. I have to do a double take. The report date is July 2025. The report was ready in July 2025. I had to ask, was that a mistake? No, it wasn't. I can understand that, it can be, hard or frustrating for the city to go through processes where things got to be right. The recommendation got to be just right. We got to make sure we talk to this person, talk to this person. Can I assume, but that's water under the bridge. Can't do anything about that right now. But can I assume that if that report was ready by July 2025, that means that all of the partners involved, the city, Gatineau, and NCC, they were aware of the findings by then. Can you confirm, are the other partners, Gatineau, NCC, whatever staff ends up recommending, whatever is the best way to do this, are partners eager to get on board with this?
Yeah, not to speak on their behalf, but throughout the process, they were very eager to do this as fast as possible. So they wanted to hire the consultant as fast as we could. They wanted to have all the meetings as fast as we could. They're very eager for this project.
And I recognize that we are the larger partner in terms of geography and scope of whatever the area might be. But in addition to them being, eager and willing to move forward, can I assume that, and you see this in the motion about funding strategy, can I assume that our partners are also eager and willing to commit their fair share of whatever model we end up with?
Again, hard for me to speak on their behalf, but those were part of the discussions. And I think that those discussions have continued to be had. We're not always privy to those, but there is commitment from all of the partners to provide funding for this project.
Thank you. And I should have mentioned earlier that the motion as drafted, it was developed with staff as well. And I think the intent behind the motion, which I'll talk about a bit when we get to the motion itself, is to give staff, empower staff to go off, do the final work they need to do to come back with a recommendation that is most viable. My team member sent me a great video of bike share models across Canada. And you can clearly discern, based on different changes, why some models work long-term, why some don't, and how some decisions on a model will guaranteed dramatically increase ridership from year to year. Can I just ask, we certainly have waited a long time to get this. Are you willing to wait if waiting means we will end up with the best, most viable, most effective model possible?
Yes, I think that was part of the conversations that we had, including with those very eager partners, was that nobody wants to be in a position where, again, we have a system that didn't really meet all of those needs and then isn't as successful as we know that it can be. One of the questions we've had a lot through kind of some of the media around this feasibility study is, but bike share was in Ottawa before. Why would we do it again? And we want to make sure that we never hear that question again. The world has changed. The technology has changed. So much has changed since the last time Ottawa had bike share. And we want to do it right this time. And that's why we've taken the time and put in the money to do this study and to learn all of those things.
It's almost like rather than design a model that's, designed for tourists, let's design a model that's designed for Ottawa residents.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair.
Great. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I desperately wanted to be there in person, but I'm not feeling well. I don't want to get others sick. I'm wearing my bike shirt though today. So those aren't dots, those are bikes on this shirt. Cassie, I wanted to thank you so much for the work here and for EnviroCenter's work, along with OCAF and your discussions with Gatineau, the NCC, and the City of Ottawa. It's exciting to think about what could take place here. I just wanted to get your view on a couple of things. In Toronto, this is obviously rapidly growing, but how many of the wards does bike share exist in Toronto? I think you told me all of them, and I've been repeating that to the radio stations and things like that. Is that accurate? It's all wards in Toronto now have this?
Yes, it is. There was a lot of political demand. All of the councillors wanted bike share in their wards, and the Bike Share Toronto team had to work to expand to be able to meet that demand for bike share everywhere in the city.
Yeah, I guess it's a nice announcement when you have, say, a station or something in your ward, and you can say, hey, this connects up with transit in Orleans or in Canada. How much has it expanded in recent years? Like in Toronto, Montreal, like has this been like a rapid expansion, or has it been kind of a little bit every year? Like once you implement it in a certain way, does it get massive expansion or not?
Yeah, I debated putting a couple slides up just because that the graphics that are coming out of Toronto around their bike share ridership are just so impressive. I want to call it exponential growth. It's not quite that, but it feels like it. Each year it jumps significantly and more than they plan. So every year it has met and exceeded their ridership targets and their revenue projections. So they're making more money than they expect every year as well.
Well, that's great to hear. And I think this is through their parking authority that they do this. Obviously, there's different models of how you fund these sorts of things, and obviously there's a lot of shared funding through advertising and other orders of government and that sort of thing. But is there like, in terms of like which authority funds this in Montreal versus say Toronto? Did you look at that?
Yes. So in Toronto, it is through the Toronto Parking Authority. And just to speak to some of the comments from earlier discussion as well, we worked with an international consultancy on this project who brought experience from around the world. The study focuses primarily on peer cities because we felt like that was most relevant. That's why we're looking at Toronto and Hamilton, where they're dealing with the same provincial requirements as Ottawa. And also, obviously, the study it looks at Gatineau as well. So Montreal and Quebec City made sense for them. There are different arrangements in both of those cities in terms of where the city funding comes from. And that was part of the study in the considerations here as well.
Okay, and just last questions. What percentage of people who use bike share actually connect up with transit? I think that's a big talking point for us here. We really want to make sure that this connects up with our transit system in many wards. I assume this is being used as a tool to connect up with transit.
Yes, so it's 18% of all shared micromobility trips across North America. So that's like every trip taken, 18% of those connect to transit. That's from the North American Bike Share and Scooter Share Association. And they also ask users about if they use bike share and scooter share to connect to transit. And I think it's 74, it's more than 70% of users have used it to connect with transit.
Okay. That is fantastic. And just finally, on the connectivity with Gatineau, where is that at in your mind? I think the mayor there and council are enthusiastic, as I hear. Just in terms of connectivity in the national capital region, is this something that you think is a necessity in when we launch, or can it be one and then the other? How might that work?
Yeah, even to speak to the enthusiasm in Gatineau, they were looking at doing this before this project got underway, and we kind of convinced them to work together with us because we all really saw the benefit of a regional system. There's been really strong support. The mayor of Gatineau has sent a letter supporting the project, and the staff there have indicated that they're continuing to move forward and look at how to make those next steps happen.
Well, that's fantastic. There just seems like so much momentum here, and what an exciting thing it would be for the city to get this up and running next term of council, early next term of council. So thank you for your work on this. Thank you, Chair.
Great. And just before you leave, Cassie, thank you. I don't see any other questions. You said Toronto's generating revenue. Is that above the operating costs annually? Because I'm seeing here they're at a $4 million loss a year. So I just want to make sure we're apples to apples here. So they're getting better at closing the operating cost gap every year, correct? It's not, they're making revenue for the city.
They're generating more revenue than projected.
Okay, perfect. And so you heard the previous discussions we had in relations to pedestrian safety, and unfortunately the provincial government chopping the legs out from under us. So we have a lot of pressures right now. So I think you would be strong advocates for pedestrian safety as well with your group. Would that be correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Great. I'm sure there'll be lots of questions to staff later on, but thank you for your delegation today.
Great, thank you.
At this point, we'll go to questions. Do we have any more delegations? No. We'll go to questions to staff. So Councillor Troster.
Thank you. I just wanted to address this surprise debate about dock versus dockless system that happened at this committee meeting. My understanding is that a dockless system is actually much more expensive, up to 3 times. Do you recall if that's true?
Through the chair, I'm not aware of that number, but there are kind of pros and cons in terms of cost for both systems.
Okay. I assumed that would be the upfront cost of the surveillance technology required. But do you, based on our experience with the scooters in the city, do you have any strong opinions either way on dock versus
In terms of cost
or just in terms of operationally what you think is a better idea?
Yeah, I think as staff haven't made a recommendation yet on which one we're going with, but we obviously see benefits to both systems depending on what you're looking at.
Okay. I'm interested in your take on why previous attempts at bike share were not successful in the city. Do you have any feedback on that?
Yeah, the findings of the feasibility study suggested that it had to do with the size of the system, which was much more limited, and it being more geared towards tourists rather than everyday residents.
Okay. And do you believe that our current system of protected bike lanes within the area where a bike share system might be suggested is sufficient to keep people safe if we had broader access to bikes in the downtown core?
The city has a fairly well-connected system of existing cycling infrastructure, and then we also have a plan that seeks to add to that over time. So I guess the answer to the question would be yes, we do have a sufficient system that can accommodate more users.
Okay. And then just, are you supportive of the motion that Councillor Menard put forward? Does staff have any concerns? Or Divine on behalf of Menard?
I think staff are supportive, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go to Committee Member Johnson. We'll go back to you, Councillor Menard. I haven't forgotten about you, good sir. I go to committee members first in this committee. So Committee Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess I'm coming at I am interested in the potential for this project as an extension of transit. I find that to be a compelling case in the sense that we could have a return on investment on our much larger commitment to the success of transit in this city. But of course, you know, I'm given the context of the conversation we've had at committee thus far about all the additional pressures that we're going to experience in our budget, I have to say I am a little anxious about what that price tag would look like. So can you help me to understand sort of the cost benefit analysis of, looking at a publicly funded bike share system as a way of, creating better investment in our or better users, revenue from transit users? Thank you.
Yeah, so as the previous speakers alluded to, there is a large number of bike share users who would be expected to use transit. I think the number she quoted was over 60%, or maybe that's from Montreal. I know there's an example in Montreal where over 60% of people used bike share and transit as part of the same trip. So I think we do see there being potential for the two to kind of be mutually beneficial for each other.
And to understand sort of the motion that's on the floor, are we voting today on a financial commitment to the bike share, or are we, would you consider this already a sort of, it would be well worth your time and energy considering the further benefit to the city in terms of staff resources?
Yeah, so there's no recommendation yet from staff on whether to go ahead with the system. The motion today is just to direct staff to look into how we might fund such a system if it were to come along, and a few other elements that we need to do a little bit more research on before coming up with a recommendation.
Do you think, I mean, so yes, the work still has to come. Do you think there's any risk to other programs that are already identified as being central, or is the parking program an opportunity to invest in a program like this that, like, we've tried to stretch the parking program in many, many different road safety directions and have been told, unequivocally no. So if it's no touchy for road safety and we have to find road safety elsewhere, can we look at that sort of protected revenue source for a program like this?
Chair, as part of the that funding strategy, the feasibility of leveraging the Parking Reserve Fund would certainly be a consideration, but it would be dependent on the available funds to do so.
Okay, so I think I'm going to support the motion because I do think it offers a creative way to look at some of our parking revenues to leverage transit, which is something I think that we have talked about doing in quite a few instances. I'm going to try and move the conversation beyond this idea of the war on car to be the war on congestion. Like, we're actually just trying to talk about how everyone's stuck in traffic all the time and it sucks for all users. To me, this might be one of the ways that we start talking about giving people more choice, whether it be by bike or ideally by transit, with further extensions of access by bike, to give people choice. I really think that, the transit narrative of why would I bother because it will never get better is killing us. And it has really dire financial consequences. So in that context, I think it would be very much worth exploring this. And then, we could see benefit for drivers as people are able to choose transit. I think this is an extension of that argument. So I'll support the motion today based on those assumptions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Great points, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Committee Member DeRoche, and then Councillor Menard.
Thank you, Chair. Just when I think I understand City Hall, I don't sometimes. This is an IPD that we're now doing a motion to move forward on a major initiative. Fine, it's in bounds. But what was the original process? I see here we had 3 reports. One was a bike share report by some stakeholder groups that we heard today. The second was kind of a larger sort of national study, I assume, that kind of looked at it and was pro. And then the third one was, it looks like where we as a city had invested in a study to look at kind of the concrete details in terms of how we would work in the national capital area. And it would strike me that there'd be work coming from that staff would be bringing forward a report versus an IPD and taking action. So what was the plan what was the plan to bring us to where we are today? Because it seems like we're maybe skipping over a step.
Through the chair. So you're correct. Those are kind of the three new pieces of information that we have. And we were directed back in 2023 to report back to council on the feasibility or how a bike share system might look in Ottawa. So those three pieces of information kind of contributed to this memo that we're presenting today. I think the intent was that report back would be to provide a recommendation, but we don't have enough information yet to provide that recommendation. So that's why we are presenting this as an interim report back, and then we'll come back in early 2027 to provide a full response on how to proceed.
Okay. Because like we haven't talked to, have we talked to Ottawa Tourism? Were they part of any of the conversations that we've had?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate there's, you know, a sense that we want to do that, or some people want to do this as quickly as possible, but I think we need quite a bit more information. Perhaps that's going to come if we vote in favor of the motion that's before us today. Some of the delegations were talking about really bike versus like just bike. Is there net increase in cycling as a result of this? I heard a few say, well, I don't have to use my bike and I'm afraid it's going to get stolen. To me, that's, you know, that's not why you develop a program. You know, we deal with bike thefts through, you know, police enforcement and dealing with criminal activity. I'm trying to understand here, what's the cycling lift here? Is it versus, okay, well, people are just opting to use someone else's bike instead of their own?
Yeah, I don't have specific numbers for you about the number of additional riders, but we would expect there to be an increase in cycling because we would expect that bike share would attract people who would not normally ride or would not normally have that as an option or would forgo that as an option. So we would expect to see an increase.
Okay, that I would accept, but like replacing another bike for another bike, to me, I'm not sure that's why we would do a public investment. But and can you explain what's the dynamic for transit? So someone would use this bike potentially instead of walking, or they wouldn't take transit at all, or they would take their car in what's already a very congested and dense part of the city. What's the formula that you're seeing that there would be a lift in transit?
Yeah, it could work in many different ways. I think we would see that someone might take transit to get near a destination, but it's that last mile that might be challenging for them to get to their final destination, and having a bike share system where there's a station near the transit station would allow them to make that last connection. That depends on the type of trip that it is, but that would essentially be how it would work in many different contexts.
Okay. I'll just leave it there for now, Chair. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And some hands started flying up, so I'm going to go to committee member Gower because he hasn't spoken yet. Since Councillor Devine is moving the motion, I'll let him go after Councillor Menard. Does that make sense with everyone? Everyone's good? All right, Councillor Gower. And,
thanks.
And if you're required to put your hands up, please put them up now. It makes it easier to figure out who's going to speak.
I'll just be really quick because it's just something the previous speaker said. I do want to move as quickly as possible on this. I want to do it, you know, with the right information. I think the motion in front of us sets up council to make a responsible decision next term by understanding what the potential funding sources are and costs and some of the other implications. But given the success that other Canadian cities have seen with bike share, given that our transportation master plan policies call for more shared mobility options, and given that we just in general, we want to give people as many options as possible for getting around. And this is another great tool for people to have in the toolbox. So thank you to everyone involved in bringing us to where we are now. And I hope that staff and council can continue to move forward quickly over the next year or so. Thanks, Chair.
Great, thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks so much, Chair, and I'll keep it short as well. Echo some of those comments from my colleague, Councillor Gower, but thank you for the work on this to staff too. They've done a lot. It's not just the feasibility studies, but There was a staff 2021 report that kind of talked about this, obviously returned in 2023 with more information. And now here we are with 2026 with further information. The intent today is obviously the motion is not to decide on the model, but rather give staff the space they need with the very best information, so they can come back with the best option for our city and potential other partners, which would help with us on the costs, et cetera. So I think pleased to be at this stage today, and in terms of where we're at, giving them the space to come back and report to us is I think the right call in this scenario. So I'll leave it there and just say one last thank you to committee and staff.
Great. Oh, thanks, Councilor Menard. Councilor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few quick comments and then a question for staff. So colleagues, if it's not already clear, I just want to reassure everyone that the intent of this motion that is before us today is not to make any decision or even for staff to land on any single recommendation, whether it's private versus public, doc, no doc. That is not what we are voting on today. The intent of this motion is simply to direct staff to do whatever remaining work or analysis they need to do so that they can make a recommendation for what they believe to be the best model possible so that we can make as informed a decision as possible when that happens. So I'll be supporting my motion. As to what my colleague Councillor Johnson was saying is like, don't look at this as a war on cars, look at this as a war on convenience. I'm not even looking at it as a war on anything. Like for me, like I keep on saying it, Ottawa is growing from 1 million people to 1.4 million people in less than 30 years. For me, the biggest issue that Ottawa is facing to make Ottawa as viable as it can be, to make Ottawa thrive as much as it can be, to reach its potential, for me, that issue is mobility. We have finite space with a growing number of people. Until we can find the most effective way to move people through space, we will not be the city we can be. Having spent considerable time in Montreal and Toronto and Vancouver, I can easily see not only just how viable these systems are for advancing mobility, but you see the demand for them grow and grow and grow because it works. And some models work and some models don't work. And what we're telling staff to do is go forth and find the model that works to make a recommendation for us. And I guarantee you, if they come back with a model that is most designed to work, people will find it so convenient to their mobility needs that it will be a success story. To my colleague, Councillor DeRoche's question before about whether or not Ottawa Tourism was consulted and staff did not know the answer, but I spoke to Enviro Centre and they mentioned that yes, indeed, Ottawa Tourism had been consulted. Not that Ottawa Tourism should be seen as the primary destination of this. They will get on it when they see how many cool Ottawans are on it. That's usually how tourism goes. Question to staff, in terms of the timeline. So based on this timeline right now, you have until Q1 2027 to go off and do all this work, all that final analysis, come back. As I understand it from your memo, you require 16 to 18 months from when we finally recommend to implementation. So we're not going to see, even if we agree this on Q1 2027, this is not a rush. This would not come until summer 2029, roughly. So are we giving you enough time right now to make, are we giving you enough time to report back by Q1 2027 so that you can come back and give us a recommendation in that time frame?
Yes, and that 18 months does include many different steps of the process as well, like procurement and all that too. So just so you know that there's a lot that goes into that time, and we don't know how much that can be shortened or lengthened. It just kind of depends on that process that we'll follow.
But just to confirm, the reporting timeline you have here, Q1 2027, if all this motion is doing is telling you to go off and do whatever analysis, research is required, that gives you enough time, correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Oh, Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. Bixby may not have succeeded, but I was a big Bixby user. I was sad to see it go. I lived downtown at the time. So I am, I do think it's good that we are exploring bringing something back in terms of bike share. The motion says the feasibility study suggests pursuing a publicly supported bike share system, but we will also be looking at private options too, like the scooter system, correct?
That's correct. In the memo, it speaks more clearly about the publicly led and privately led systems, and we'll be looking at that in more detail before we report back.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm struggling a little bit with having the funding strategy come back before knowing which method we are going to be pursuing. So within the motion, I'm struggling with that a little bit, but I will leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I think I echo some of that, and I've heard from some of my colleagues. I think, first of all, thanks to Councillor Menard. This has been a great conversation in advancing things. There is some questions, obviously, related to, it seemed to turn into a dock, don't dock situation. And we heard in the previous part of the meeting, lots of concerns around it. The cost alone is a big challenge, but that's not what we're here to discuss today. It's about just trying to advance strategy. And we hear the NCC, anytime I hear them, I head for the hills, but if they want to fund something, great. It behooves us not to go out and chase that down. I also have concerns with some of the minor parts of this motion. So I'm going to ask for it to be broken into 3 parts, because the only one that concerns me is the first clause, only because it seems to really saddle us. And feel free, everyone, to vote the way they wish, but I'm requesting that the vote be called individually on all 3 items. The first, therefore, be resolved that the staff be directed to develop a capital and operating funding strategy for the bike share system in Ottawa, considering the findings and the feasibility study of the results of the additional assessment. I'm going to call for a vote on that. Call for a vote on 2 and 3. I'll get the committee chair to go ahead and I will be voting against the first one, obviously, but I'll be supporting the other 2. Committee chair.
A point of order.
What's the point of order?
I'm just not sure. I want you to do what you want to do, but I'm not sure. Are you with a friendly? I'm not sure what the rationale for wanting to change that. Is it that are you saying it's cart before the horse, or is there an amendment you could be looking towards? Like, I'm not sure what I just want to know what the concern is.
Yeah, let's get a staff comment, and it's only based on the feedback I've heard, but certainly staff.
Through you, Chair, so the intent of the motion would be for staff to look at the further assessment of public and private systems, come up with the funding strategy and report back in Q1 of 2027.
Yeah, and I think my concern is obviously, and what I'm hearing from committee members is it's very difficult. We have a lot of pressures, and that kind of saddles it to one specific thing. So I certainly want to see this broken apart into 3 parts like we've done with many others. Otherwise, I'll have trouble supporting this. Maybe we can get a comment from Marcia.
Sure. So I would just maybe how we see the 3 different clauses. The first clause is to cost out the options and come up with a funded strategy for each of them. The second clause is to go see, confirm whatever contribution would be from the partners, specifically referenced here as the NCC. And then the third clause is to come back for recommendations on the strategy and how we move forward, whether it be a public or a private system. The third one is, second and third is definitely what we said we were going to do already in the IPD. So this sets an earlier time frame on it. The first clause, though, is taking an analysis a bit further in terms of actually figuring out how to pay for the strategy. Yeah. So taken together, we'd be assessing any and all options from clause 3 to achieve clause 1.
Right. So there is a difference. So
Chair, can I ask a clarifying question of staff before we go on to the vote?
Go right ahead.
I respect the fact that I think what I'm interpreting my colleague's concern is that there's a concern that by implementing that first clause, we're making a funding commitment. It's not my understanding that we'd be making any funding commitment. But can I just get clarifying, because staff have not made a recommendation yet. Could I get clarification that is that first clause open enough that what staff might be coming back with would be a broad strategy that speaks to how models could be funded, and that within there may be a recommendation for a model?
Yes, our understanding is that first clause would give us that flexibility to look at all different models.
And to follow up that, so just to repeat, that is not voting now on a funding commitment, let alone a funding commitment to any specific model, correct?
That's correct.
Could I ask further, if we were not to pass that first item, if you were not to go off with the direction to develop a broad financial strategy on any number of models, and if collectively there's been a desire to, let's make sure we can come to a decision as soon as possible, would not passing that motion delay us to be able to make any kind of decision on what you might recommend?
I will answer that question. I would just say that whatever financial strategy would require going to budget, unless we're going to make a council decision to do something in year, but typically we make these decisions at budget. And any option from clause 3 that we would be looking at for recommendations, we would look at all of the opportunities and constraints, including how financially it would be paid for, both from a capital and an operating perspective. So that would be part of it. The difference for me on clause 1 is that you're asking for a strategy, a capital and operating funding strategy. So we are, I see that as more detailed than thinking about the implications of, but either way, we will have to go to budget if there is a municipal contribution. I don't know if my colleague Alain wants to elaborate.
Yeah, it certainly may be more detailed, but my understanding of the motion is that we want that detail so that we can make the most informed decision possible. It's not a funding commitment, of course.
Yeah. So,
Chair,
yeah, please go
if
ahead.
I can add, if you look at the IPD basically clearly lays out what the next steps would be. I think the commitment that we would be coming back to committee and council don't change if we remove even or amend the first one.
Yeah.
So I would say that
So remove the first
2 and 3 are clear. They're very much aligned to the IPD. They also remove confusion around what's the difference between clause 1 and what's we're identified in the IPD. So my suggestion would be if there's concerns with that, removing it doesn't change what we're going to be reporting back to committee and council.
But just take away clause 1.
To clarify that for sure, by removing that, we are not changing any deliverable. That does not automatically put the decision-making and any process back by a few months?
No.
All right.
Great. Councilor Menard, did you have something?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Just I want to clarify on the first one. The first piece talks about the findings from the feasibility study and the results of the additional assessment. Obviously, that's important to maintain because we just spent, I don't know, 2.5 years making sure that information was clear and out there. And obviously having the options that we're talking about, whether it be public system with a, say, private operator, public system with a not-for-profit operator, or fully private system. Those are considerations that I think we've heard here today from different folks, and that's what I think clause 1 does. It gets all of those on the table. Just to clarify, staff are supportive of clause 1, 2, and 3, as I heard.
This has been on for like a week.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
So, Chair.
So the mover of the motion, I'm looking next to me. Oh, sorry, Alain.
Sorry, I think the point that Marcy and I were trying to clarify was if there was discomfort with clause 1, that without clause 1, we're still delivering basically what council requires when this comes back in 2027. So it was just to remove basically that uneasiness that some of the councillors may have with that first clause.
Yeah, and thank you. And I think this is the dangers of IPDs. We've been overusing them coming here because it puts staff in a very awkward position where we're making modifications. And maybe that's something the next term of council could look at. Again, I've asked for it to be broken apart. I feel 2 and 3, unless the mover of the motion wants to get rid of clause 1.
I wouldn't mind seeing if we could find perhaps a happy middle ground, because I am getting assurances from staff.
Well, we've debated this and we've used a lot of staff time. You can challenge the chair if you wish.
Oh, I'm not-
I'm calling the vote now on the 3 items. If you do wish to remove the first clause. You've heard from staff, it doesn't affect anything what they do. Do you wish to remove the first clause?
It's almost as if first clause doesn't matter, so I'm not sure why to remove it in the first place. But what I'm to give you comfort, sir, what I was hoping to wonder is if we remove that first one, if all we do is
This is on the fly now. We've heard, like, this is the dangers of this. So if you don't wish to remove the first clause, I'm going to call yeas and nays on the items, but I'd prefer if you just remove it so we can have unanimous support. That is up to you.
question to the clerk.
Is it a point of order or?
I'm not sure. Bear in mind, I'm looking to work collaboratively with you and all my colleagues on this.
I think
I'm
we've
just
all heard.
wary of the risks of.
Do you wish to remove the clause, Councillor, or not?
All right,
Yeah.
I'll leave the clause.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. It's either way, like,
Thank
it's
you.
not a big deal here. All right, so on the first item, therefore be resolved clause, that seems to be at the pain point for committee members, but you wish to call the vote, please.
Councillor Luloff.
Chair, are we voting on the first clause? I think he just said he's removing the first clause. So are we voting on the entire motion?
He doesn't wish to remove it, so you can vote no if that's a contentious clause. And again,
All right. No.
yeah, feel free to vote no.
Feel free to vote yes.
I
Feel free to vote contentious for who? Feel free to vote however you want to vote.
votes called, Councillor.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Skowski.
Nope.
Conseiller Desroches.
No.
Councillor Lowe.
No.
Vice Chair Kitts.
No.
Chair Tierney.
No.
7 nays, 5 yeas.
Great. And 2 and 3, did you want those voted on as well? Okay. Well, I'm going to say carried unless somebody has a dissent. Carried on 2, carried on 3. Great, thank you. Do I have to say anything else on that one? Great. Now we're moving to the next part of the agenda. Oh, okay, this is Councillor Johnson's. You're busy today.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I have a motion that was submitted as notice at the last meeting. And if I can just get it, there it is. So, oh, this is the 4th Avenue one, so it's actually not mine. Thank you. So on behalf of Councillor Menard, therefore be it resolved that Public Works and Infrastructure Committee recommend that council approve increasing the parking duration where currently 1 hour 7 to 7 p.m. to 2 hours on 4th Avenue between Chrysler Street and Bank Street. And be it further resolved that the corresponding signage changes be completed as soon as practicable. And that's on behalf of Councillor Menard.
Great. So on that item?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Yeah, that was easy. I didn't have to break it apart. All right. Oh, yes. We do have a delegation on the next item. City View Ditch Rehab Project, Nancy Wilson. Is Nancy online? Okay, we're just going to promote her in a second there. Hi, Nancy. Oh, great.
Yes, I'm
Muted.
here.
We can hear you.
Thank you.
You're in. Go for it,
Thanks.
Nancy.
Okay, the City View Community Association strongly endorses and supports our council's motion for funds towards storm sewers for City View. City View is unique. We're located in the center of Ottawa, yet we're still a rural ditch system. Our entire community relies on ditches for storm sewer water management. City View's issues are well known to the City of Ottawa and previous City of Nepean. Our flooding and drainage issues have worsened over the years due to the lack of drainage ditch management, climate change, and recent infill intensification. Natural lands that once surrounded and drained our lands into Pinecrest Creek have now been developed or paved over. That's Algonquin College, the Leakin Farm, Ryan Farm, and the College Square. Also, our community has no natural areas for parks where this water could be collected or drained. City View has experienced extensive infill over the past few years with several hundred new builds. Large lots that once supported wells and septic systems have been severed for major development, which has reduced the area of natural infiltration, removed trees, added large driveways, and in most cases filled the ditches, all worsening our drainage issues. The city has acknowledged this. They know that the intensification pressures, the neighborhood has seen much intensification. Larger homes are being built as are multiple units on large lots, single lots, former single lots, sorry. New homes are exacerbating the existing situation due to the lack of adequate drainage systems. Intensification creates further ditch infill due to additional driveways. Intensification increases runoff due to the greater imperviousness. Through the new OP and zoning bylaws, our community has been targeted for major changes and future intensification, mainly due to its location next to future bus rapid transit on Baseline and Algonquin LRT station. The official plan proposes that most of the future densification and development should occur in the areas within the Greenbelt where infrastructure exists. This is not the case with City View. We have no storm sewers to support any additional development. As the federal government and provincial government support new housing, they should definitely provide financial support to provide storm sewers here in the center of the city. In fact, the initial storm sewer on Cordova was subsidized this way. The city has initiated a program to rehabilitate the ditches in City View. This work involves regrading many ditches and replacing city and private culverts and is scheduled to start this summer in phase 1. There are 5 phases being planned with additional phases to be completed after the 5 years of construction. The design for phase 1 shows the slopes of ditches to be a 45-degree angle, 2-to-1, and the depths for this work on Cordova, Bassano, and Pender are expected to be from 1 to 1.5 meters. This in feet is 3.28 to 4.92 feet deep. It's hard to imagine 5-foot deep ditches in a built-up suburban neighborhood. This is a major safety issue for pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles, particularly because there's no sidewalks or curbs here. Imagine accidentally stepping off your walkway or driveway and falling into a 5-foot ditch. Also, residents are expected to maintain these ditches by cleaning, raking, and mowing the grass. An almost immediate task, or an almost impossible task, especially for seniors. Other options were not considered due to the additional costs. Shallow swales or storm sewers would have been a much safer solution if additional funding could be found. We've also sent in some additional attachments that you can see, just showing that City View was laid out in 1913. It's an old community, one of the oldest in the city, and there's a few other attachments that you might be interested in, but that's all we have to say today. Is we hope that the feds and the province can help subsidize the proper kind of storm sewer systems that we need in here. Thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Skalsky.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Nancy. Thank you for delegating. I reacted strongly to some of your comments. I represent a rural ward where we have ditches pretty much
everywhere. It's part of the rural infrastructure. And so I'm trying just to understand from your perspective, is the issue an aesthetic issue and just being able to function with ditches there, or is there an actual infrastructure issue at the core of this sort of problem in the community?
It's not just an aesthetic issue. It's that we're in the center of the city and we shouldn't have 5-foot ditches. We have streets that are very narrow. We have no sidewalks. We have not a lot of any infrastructure here to support this kind of thing. And then we have, so my house, for example, if I go out, I'm going to fall into a 5-foot ditch when I get out of my car if I'm a passenger. And of course, in the country, ditches are a thing in the country, and you don't have houses like we've got houses every 50 feet or even more now. They're splitting the 50-foot lots into two. So yes, ditches work well in the country, and we used to be the country. We were a rural area here before. I've grown up here, and it was rural when I was little. But we're not rural anymore, and we have a lot of houses, and it doesn't sustain rural ditches.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for coming out, Nancy.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks. I just wanted to say thank you, Nancy, for coming today. And I'll be able to share with my council colleagues our conversations at the open house last night. And I look forward to seeing you at your AGM this evening, where I am sure we will continue the conversation. So thanks again for making the time out of your day to be here. And I hope I can count on my councillor support.
Yes, you got our support. And sorry, Jill's not here, but she's out running around getting things ready for the AGM. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. Any questions? Any questions, staff, or anything? Great. Go ahead, Vice Chair. I don't think Councillor Loff has any questions on ditching, do you?
No, he does.
To the delegation?
He can go first.
To the staff. To the staff. Okay, we're on the staff. Okay. Go for it, Councillor Loff.
Thanks, Chair. Listen, there are several neighborhoods across the city of Ottawa that are still on ditches. In my ward and in an area of the ward that that Councillor Dudas and I share in the Prézeau district, where we're going to be seeing quite a bit of development. We have applications in now, and we've got sixplexes popping up. This area is still on ditches with one single runoff sewer for the entire neighborhood. And there's talk of having to do this sort of remediation where we regrade the ditches so that they'll be able to handle more of the runoff as we're losing some of the permeable surfaces. And I also have Gerald Street, which is immediately adjacent to a newer development that is still on septic and on ditches. I understand that it would cost upwards of in 2012 dollars, something like $35,000 a home in order to even just get them on city water and off of a well. That's a great deal. That's a great deal of money, and this seems to me to be an issue that is, although in pockets, citywide, both in the outer urban and suburban area. It's my understanding that these sorts of upgrades can be achieved through the collection of development charges. So if we're going to be seeing larger developments, we collect the development charges and we make infrastructure improvements. And I suppose my question to staff is, what's the difference in this case? And when we start to see development in these areas that are still on essentially a rural ditching system, is the collection of development charges enough to be able to make those upgrades? And are those plans in place to be able to make those upgrades as we start to see more intensification in areas like the area that Councillor Johnson is talking about, and like the Prézot district, which has several, I think half a dozen intensification projects that are ongoing right now.
I'll take a stab at that, Mr. Chair. I've been involved with the City V project, and on a broader city basis, there are sort of two things to address here. Certainly the costs that were calculated for City View are considerable for the installation of a storm sewer. And you're right, Councillor, that extrapolating to other areas of the city where we forecast and hope for intensification, how do we pay for those? In a greenfield subdivision, the types of storm sewers that we're speaking about would have been installed as a developer obligation under the subdivision agreement. The development charges collected are devoted mostly to trunk sewers, to big water mains where there is a lot of sharing. Everyone gets a little piece of a very big pipe, and so the development charges facilitate the collection from a little bit from many to pay for the trunk and backbone infrastructure. And in fact, within the framework of our development charges, stormwater is handled separately, and it's sort of handled on a area by area basis. It's not my area of expertise, but in general, when we are going to have intensification within communities happening a little bit at a time, how do we service that and plan to service that is a challenge that we continue to try and develop because it is so different than a greenfield. So we know that in our water systems and in our sewer systems, we have residual capacity in some places, and in some places we still have to investigate to know what capacity we have. But the serviceability of intensification proposals becomes a very critical consideration.
So, I mean, this is something that we've been struggling with for some time, I can imagine, and probably a little bit more now than ever, given the new official plan. Does staff require direction to go away to develop a strategy to be able to do this? We don't want to see areas lag behind, especially areas like the Prézot district, which is, and perhaps City View as well, where the opportunity for intensification and the benefit of intensification is obvious. I mean, the Prézot district is immediately adjacent to transit. I mean, you're basically split between two stations. You can go to one or the other. And it's immediately adjacent to St. Joseph Boulevard, where we're starting to see some intensification as well. This is going to achieve the secondary plan, the Orleans Economic Corridor secondary plan. We want to see these mixed developments. We want to see, retail and services on the ground floor and residential above it. But I cannot imagine a future where you've got this neighborhood almost entirely built up and intensified, while still relying on a ditch system for stormwater. So is there a broader strategy that's required here? Is there a way to be able to ensure that we're going away and doing the work and having discussions perhaps that we have to have with the province and the federal government? That could be part of that discussion, but it seems to me that we're sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place here, where we have sometimes greenfield development, like a couple of the streets like Antigonish and City View in my ward that are directly up against what used to be a rural street, who are still on well and septic, that are within the urban boundary. And then also what we're dealing with here in Councillor Johnson's ward in the Prézot district. What can be done? Do you need direction to go away and develop a more comprehensive plan to deal with these issues citywide?
Thank you for the question. The infrastructure master plan is aligned with the goals of our official plan in Greenfield and intensification to our horizon year. And so how this is addressed citywide is described and outlined in the infrastructure master plan. In fact, there were 2 programs approved with that approval. One of them is the Infrastructure Capacity Management Program, and one is the On-Site Stormwater Management Program. And we are working to develop those programs and bring them back to council to elaborate on the additional work that we've done after council's endorsement of the principles and policies in the infrastructure master plan. So we don't need direction, and there is work not only on a technical basis, but on a financial basis as well. Because the fairness to our ratepayers who already have the benefit of service, and in fact, they've already paid for their benefit, and then coupled with the need for service for this increment who come with these redevelopment opportunities that we want, they all need to enjoy the same service, and the intensification needs to happen not at the expense or loss of service or flooding or anything like that to our existing community. So it is something we are actively working on. Part of my team in asset management is dedicated to this, developing these programs, and we hope to be able to bring them back to you soon to be able to successfully manage the intensification proposals as they come.
I truly appreciate that. So in your view then, I mean, what is the difference between intensification that's happening in areas that are quite similar to Councillor Johnson's and the area that Councillor Johnson and her residents are obviously so concerned about? Is it that the work to improve the ditching system is imminent and going to be happening this year? What's the main issue here? If many of us in the suburban, some of us are rural suburban splits and have this issue quite a bit, and some of us are outer urban and have this issue as well. What's the big difference between what we're facing and what Councillor Johnson is facing right now?
So one of the differences is that there are a few communities across the city and who have ditches, that the subdivisions were developed at a time when ditches were a fine thing to consider. That was the level of service, and they are engineered to successfully convey stormwater. In a lot of cases, they do a really, really good job, in fact, sometimes a better job at flood protection when we're seeing a lot more storm events. Because there was increasing issues arising, sometimes triggered by intensification, but a lot of times there's been activity to fill ditches and widen driveways and just activities that people have undertaken on their properties. And that system isn't working the way it was initially designed. And so I forget if it was last year or the year before, council approved a new program within our budget to specifically allocate money every year to a ditch remediation rehabilitation program. So one of the differences in City View is that a drainage study was conducted of the entire neighborhood, and the shopping list of needs was identified. And in fact, the first phase of a 5-phase project is starting construction this year. I think the project manager's been out door to door to a lot of the community getting ready for construction this year. And that phasing will continue with subsequent approvals through the budget. There are other communities such as Lakeview Park, Kemp Park, Carlton Heights, Cortland Park, and Thunder Road that have been identified on our prioritized list for study because of declining performance of the ditch network and the need to examine what the impacts are, which also takes into account the possibility of additional development. So that's a great question. The difference is City View has had a drainage study, and we have a work plan to continue to improve the performance of ditches.
Okay, and so what we're asking for today then is for perhaps another design in order to bring this up to standards that we see in other areas of the city where there is proper sewer infrastructure, and then to ask the province and the federal government to help us pay for it. Is that essentially what we're talking about today?
The study to look at the possibility of installing storm sewers instead of rehabilitating the bridge has been done. I'll draw your attention to, in the motion, it indicates that the estimated cost for the local improvement to install storm sewers was about $140,000 a property. The motion also goes on to say that there is a technical reason, a technical impediment, and in fact, the delegate from the community, Nancy, mentioned Pinecrest Creek and Pinecrest Stormwater Pond. In this specific neighborhood, it would be very challenging, therefore very expensive, to find a solution where storm sewers could technically be implemented and that we'd have enough capacity on the way to the river to convey it. There isn't sufficient storm sewer capacity right now. In the analysis that the drainage study that we did do, the storm piped solution was examined.
Okay, understood. So if this passes today, what is there any risk in continuing to use the current system as it is until we hear back from the province and the federal government? Or in your opinion, should this work proceed and then go and look at improvements in the future?
I'd seek confirmation from the councillor, but from past discussions, our understanding is that the project is to proceed. It's a 5-phase project. And so the opportunity to potentially find additional funding from a program that is announced, we have dedicated staff in infrastructure and water services that surveys and monitors and looks for and applies for funding from all sources. So if that were to become available, then we'd be able to apply that to city programs as meeting the terms of the program.
Okay, this has been very helpful. I mean, I'm very much looking forward to seeing the infrastructure master plan come back and how we're going to fund this, because I'd like to see this sort of fairness, applied to other areas of the city that are dealing with the same sort of issues. You know, it puts a fine point on it when we're talking about water management. When I've got a chunk of my ward with water in their basements and 5 or 6 sump pumps trying to get them out, we want to make sure that we're managing water no matter where it comes from well, so that people aren't having their property damaged. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councillor Johnson, did you want to go for wrap up? Okay, Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to my colleague, Councillor Loff, for asking lots of great questions. I'm struggling with this a little bit from a sort of fairness, equity perspective, just given that it's not the only area in the city that has these challenges. And typically when we submit for provincial or federal funding, it's sort of on a citywide basis where there is some analysis, of what projects, I guess, are the most meritorious. Maybe this one would be, but just without, in the absence of that analysis. But, are staff aware? I know that we are asking you to investigate financial opportunities, but are you hopeful that there are? I mean, would we not know of any programs like this already if they existed? I find that would be a bit surprising that if there was a program to fund this type of work, given that we are a city that is rural and urban, that we wouldn't already be aware of it.
We are not aware of a program that would fit this criteria. We haven't seen something like that to date.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So I am certainly sympathetic. My ward is adjacent to Councillor Johnson's ward. So I am certainly sympathetic, and I know enough about the challenges from an infrastructure level that ward faces. At the same time, I kind of understand some of the questions that Councillor Kitts had been posing. So I guess you have identified that you don't yet know what funding opportunities may be there. But based on the motion, or based on what Councillor Johnson is directing you to do, should you find funding opportunities, would those opportunities, and if you were to find funding, based on this motion here, would that funding, any funding you might find, would that be restricted explicitly to this City View situation, or could you anticipate that any such funding could have broader applications on programs as a whole or other other projects citywide?
Councillor, the last sentence of the last be it therefore resolved says to install sewers in the City View ditch rehabilitation project area.
Right. If there, I know that we have, and you mentioned earlier that there are other areas in the city that are experiencing problems like this one. I know enough about the City View program that I know that it takes many years till you get to the stage that you're at. If there were funding available, look, we often talk about lists and warrants and where they're ranked. So if there were funding available, is this project and its infrastructure needs of a sufficient rank that it would be meritorious to apply that funding to this specific project? Or would you be like queue jumping other more urgent projects?
One of the principles that we apply when considering candidates, first of all, a program usually comes out with very prescribed criteria. It has to this, it has to be shovel ready, it has to be completed by this date, it has to have this type of infrastructure. And the other, one of the lenses that we've applied in making those choices is that it is a need that the city has already identified, so that the money that comes from an external source frees up or reduces the need to city coffers. So installing storm sewers in City View has not been identified as a city need. The city is proceeding with improving the storm drainage there with a ditch rehabilitation project.
And being, again, because you mentioned Carlton Heights, I have issues there as well. Am I to understand that your ditch it's the ditch restoration or rehabilitation program, ditch rehabilitation project, would this, if you found funding to do what this motion directs you to do, would you not so much be rehabilitating ditches as providing a alternative way of managing runoff to ditches?
I'm not sure what the answer to that is, because the storm sewers, through the study we've already done, the storm sewers have much bigger challenges to be able to implement them. There's no outlet. There's not sufficient capacity in the outlet for us to be able to install storm sewers.
So I guess another way of asking that same question, you have a project that you're looking to do, which is broadly ditch rehabilitation focused, which may involve some sewer work in it. No? So, okay, then would doing what this motion directs you to do, should you find the funding, would that impede or otherwise change what you're trying to do with the existing project?
Yes.
All right, thanks.
Oh, Councillor Little, off your back?
Yeah, just very briefly, I'm just wondering if the mover of the motion would be open to a friendly amendment to take the first few operational clauses, obviously, and have staff go away and see if this funding is available to do this, and then perhaps if it is available, come back and then look at priorities citywide so that it gets allocated to projects on a staff evaluated priority basis. Perhaps City View is number one, perhaps there are other areas in the city, but just to apply a citywide and fairness lens to this. It's not that I don't think that this should be done in City View, obviously, but just recognizing that this isn't just a localized issue, that this is a citywide issue. If the mover would be open to a friendly amendment to go away, see if that funding is available, and then come back and adjudicate it on a citywide basis.
Although I do believe that sounds very reasonable in this case, because the first phase of the project starts this summer, the impacts for City View are time sensitive. So I would be reluctant to put it back into a process in this instance. I think If there was an additional motion at some time where we were to look at this more broadly, perhaps that could be appropriate. But I think for the purposes of today, I'm trying to advance City View's particular urgencies. And so no, unfortunately, at this time, I don't think I could consider that. But thank you.
Great. Oh, Councillor Scalzi.
Thanks, Chair. Just one question to you, Sue. If I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So if money found, if let's say there was a magical pot of money that was able to do this project, are you saying that it's actually possible to do the sewer work that's being suggested, or it's technically impossible?
With the study that we've done so far, there is some technical reason why it could not be implemented in the way that we initially studied. There's the drain in the bathtub at the end, it's too small.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
Great. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you very much. And really thank you to my colleagues for giving it such careful consideration. Under no circumstances do I want to suggest that I'm queue jumping or anything of that nature. But just to give you the rationale, I do think that City View is a truly unique neighborhood. It is one that as was suggested by the delegate, it used to be farmland and now it has been fully conveyed into homes. The size of the lots make it ideal for development. And because so many of our stormwater management supports have come through the most recent iteration of the infrastructure master plan, like on-site stormwater management, et cetera, a lot of the development and intensification that City View has seen prior to 2024 has been allowed to convey their runoff into the ditch with, assurances that it shouldn't overrun the system. But City View has experienced that firsthand. They have seen, basically lot line to lot line, hardscaping in many of the instances. Further compounding this, we were pre-amalgamation, the city of Nepean, and the city of Nepean at that time would allow for certain residences to fill in their ditches by way of a permit. And so we inherited a very patchwork ditch solution. And this ditch rehabilitation project is the solution put forward by the city in order to address that. It's going to be incredibly impactful to residents. There's going to be many residents who purchased a home with no ditch and now are going to see a ditch be implemented. And also the challenges of installing sidewalk and active transportation infrastructure in a ditch system, as many of us will know, presents some, engineering, did I already say challenges? It's not easy to put in a sidewalk where there's a ditch. And we're pressing staff to say that hurdle needs to be overcome. If we're going to rehabilitate ditches, we cannot then say to City View, they cannot have sidewalks and streetlights. That can't be it. So the stormwater solution then, although I appreciate there are technical challenges, becomes a way for City View to sort of modernize in the way that they deserve to be, especially when they will be so central for the intensification within the greenbelt that we want to see. And they've been seeing the product of that already in more of a wild, wild west fashion. So I do think it deserves an airtime, and the provincial and federal government can look at this as a way to support the intensification that they so desperately are after. Infrastructure dollars are important for a city. The MPP of this area has said that she would absolutely be willing to search for funding. And so I think it is imperative upon us to put that onus back on the province and say, absolutely, if you think that there's a financial solution there, let's advance it. So that's what the motion seeks to do. And I look forward to my committee voting on this issue. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. You've made a strong case. And I also have challenges in Rothwell as well. So this situation, this is why I like to work with colleagues, because, again, if we're all just policy bound, you might as well not have elected officials. In this situation, you've made a very strong case where we have a challenge here. So I'll be gladly supporting Councillor Johnson on this. This will rise to council as it involves multiple levels of government. So further discussions could take place between now and then. But does anybody want to call a vote called on this specific item? Are we okay to carry this? Carried?
Carried.
Yeah, carried, one dissent noted, Councillor Skalsky. Well, thank you very much. We'll move along to the next items on the agenda. We have a notice of motion from Councillor Droche.
Thank you. I'll dispense with the whereases. Therefore, be it resolved that Public Works and Infrastructure Committee approve the installation of all-way stop controls at the following intersections: Solarium Avenue and Andromeda Road, Brian Good Avenue and Course Drive, Kelly Farm Drive and Sora. Be it further resolved that the implementation of all-way stops at Solarium and Andromeda Road and Brian Good Avenue and Course Drive be subject to completion of all required accessibility upgrades to ensure compliance with AODA, and be it further resolved that staff coordinate the installation of permanent stop control signage in intersection of Solarium and Andromeda Road and Brian Good Avenue and Chorus to be funded through transportation planning budgets, and if additional funding is required, through the ward councilor's temporary traffic calming budget. And be it further resolved that staff be directed to install temporary stop control signs at the intersection of Kelly Farm and Sora immediately as an interim measure pending the installation of permanent signage and pavement markings to be installed through traffic service operating budget. And I may have some amendments to that in between, but that's for today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Droche. Councillor Gower, speed reductions.
Thanks, Chair. Therefore, be it resolved that the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee recommend council approve reducing the speed limit to 40 kilometers an hour on Abbott Street from Robert Grant to Stittsville, Maine, and on Fernbank from Shea to Cope to provide continuous speed limits on these corridors. Be it further resolved that the speed limit on Cope from Robert Grant to Angel Heights, Goldhawk, and from Shea to Fernbank be reduced from 50 to 40. Be it further resolved that the future section of Cope from Angel Heights, Goldhawk to Shea be posted at 40 kilometers an hour upon opening to traffic to maintain a continuous speed limit along Cope. Be it further resolved that the corresponding signage be completed as soon as practicable. Thanks.
Great, thank you for that. So we have no other notices of motion. We have 3 inquiries, 2 by Councillor Lowe, 1 by Councillor Johnson. Councillor Lowe, roadway signage posts.
Thank you. Signage is the most visible feature on our roadways, but unfortunately it's quite normal to see signposts bent, twisted, or destroyed when traveling across the city. Although the issue is mostly cosmetic, it does sometimes result in missing signage, such as hazard markers or other vital information for motorists. Based on resident feedback and personal observations, it is almost always U-channel signposts, which are in a damaged state resulting from wind, snow being pushed, and other non-vehicle contact incidents. And this despite other types of signposts being used by the city, such as two-wheeler posts for street name signage and wooden posts withstanding the same variables. Could staff kindly provide the following information? The cost of a U-channel signpost, same for wooden and tubular signposts, the number of U-channel signposts repaired and or replaced by staff since the 1st of January 2023 due to wind, snow being pushed, and other non-vehicle contact incidentals, and then same for wooden and tubular posts, and the average cost to repair or replace a U-channel post, including staff time, material, etc., and the current policy on post collocating, and crew discretion on deviating from plans where possible. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And yeah, you have another inquiry there, Councillor?
Yep. Okay, when updated overhead streets name signs were first introduced almost 3 years ago, an error resulted in the city's corporate branding being left off the signage. The error was corrected and all new overhead street name signs are now branded appropriately. At the time, city staff noted the branding is required by policy. While a municipality may have its own design for street name signage, including unique designs for special districts, including branding is not common practice and likely requires additional material and labor. Could staff kindly provide the following information? The estimated number of street name signs in the city of Ottawa broken down between large overhead signs and smaller street side signs, the origins and current policy of the Ottawa O on street name signs, the cost of a street name sign and how that cost is determined, and the cost differential between a side street name sign, pick one size, with and without the O, same for an overhead sign, if the city has considered including number crests on street name signs for roads with a number, such as 15 Woodruff Avenue. Thank you.
Thanks, Charles. Wilson. On to the final inquiry, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. The city has two programs aimed at making road design changes to reduce vehicle speeds. The Neighborhood Traffic Calming NTC program, which is within the Planning Department, and the Temporary Traffic Calming TTC program, which is within the Traffic section of Public Works. There have been times where the two programs overlap or where it's difficult to tell which one should have an ownership of a situation. Furthermore, some TTC measures such as speed humps are actually permanent traffic calming measures, and increasingly we see TTC measures reinstalled year after year at increasing costs. In 2023, I asked staff whether it was time to review how those programs interact. And whether they needed to be rationalized in some way. In June 2024, several counselors, including myself, were interviewed by staff about the two programs and how they might better interact, and we continue to await the promised service coordination, and residents continue to be concerned about speeding, serious injury, and death. So number one, when will staff provide the report on the review of the NTC and TTC programs? Number two, is there a benefit to putting all of traffic calming staffing and resources into one department instead of coordinating across two departments? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice graph. I believe that's it. No further business. Adjournment till June 25th, 2026. We are adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody.